Welcome on in, everybody. Why does my mic look quiet? My mic looks quiet. Hold on. That's not the button I wanted. Nope, that's not the button either. Boop. That's why. Because Microsoft wants to close. Wants to suppress me. But welcome on in, everybody. Hello, Hawaiian. I hope I said your name right. Welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. Baba Booey. Oh, shit. 40 stream streak. Oh, shit. Welcome on in, Kiwi, Pixels, Hualion, and Lily. Welcome on in, everybody. And Stripes. Didn't forget you, Stripes. Hello, hello. Hope you're all having a good one. I'm here. We're going to be doing stuff and things. I think I forgot to turn on mine. Nope. Face tracking is on, just not connected yet. Boop, boop. Okay. Boop, 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 doo, 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 boop, doo, 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 doo. Actually, boop. Holy big straight up, Kiwi's here every day. Kiwi is here every day. Hello. Oh, this is not the right model. This is not the right model. I wanted to be in my other model. Oops. I forgot that my button to change doesn't actually change my model. It just refreshes my model. So give me a second. There we go. There we go. Boop, boop. All right. Is this on the wrong? Lights up in this place. No, it's on the right one. Is it on the wrong numbers? Don't know who you are. Oh, it is. What the fuck? Why does it keep changing? Alright, there we go. Should be good now. Guys, I figured out my keyboard today. I'm so happy. Everything's blue now. It makes me happy. I'm closer. There we go. Just can't pull myself away. I'm gonna wait for this to upload because it was supposed to be uploaded like last week and it just decided not to. There is a part 1 and part 2 to this VOD, which I will download both. Self away. Download. I'm gonna download these two and then I'll just put them in DaVinci. Feel her around my skin. I'm just like so on my tongue. He's so sweet, it's so sin. I get the more I want. He wants to hold me. Hope everyone's having a good day. I got to return the key to my neighbor and they paid me for cat sitting. But it's like pending, so hopefully it'll go through. I've never been paid with Zelle. What shall we be doing today? Today, we shall be texting my father first because I almost forgot to text back my dad. Taking my meds and then video editing is the plan. Hopefully that'll all go okay. I don't see why it wouldn't. VOD 12. Alright, do December 15th. Underscore 2025. Great. Alright, so these vaccines started big. I just can't. Sorry, I'm gonna text my dad really quick. This one. Lily, thank you for the follow. I hope that you hanging out with us will give you a better mood today. Because I can understand. I had therapy today, too. Oh my, I'm tired. Low-key tired. High-key, we got this shit. I need to download all my other VODs, though, because I am forgetting highlights. Just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. Can't pull myself away. I don't have these in here either because I'm a goober. 15, 16. And then yesterday's stream title was not this, but this does need to go into the... Man, I love video. You do? Oh my god. What do you enjoy video editing the most? Do you have a type of thing that you like to do the most? Or is it just you like it in general? Emotion. Let's work hard, play hard was Thursday, and then Wednesday. It was the Wednesday, no, 9th was what? 9, 10, 11 was the math bad? Honey, nothing in a shadow. It's help, I'm bored. There we go. Now this one goes here, and then this one. Days come by so uniformly. Do 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 do. Oh, we want. Oops, not this one. This one. VOD December 15, part 1. I presume. Oop. 9, I think. Nope, it needed 10. God dang it. I want to do this guy, this guy, this key, this key, this key, this key. Where's my hub?
Baba Booey.
Baba Booey. Baba Booey. Baba Booey. Thank you for the biddies. Baba Booey. Baba Booey. Where's BLT? Oh, BLT's off because BLT, come back. There you go. He was off because I recorded last night after stream. I hope we can play some blueprints today. I want to play blueprints today. I could be a friend or I could wear a foe. That's all I know. I could be a sinner. I could be a saint. Everything I hate. Everybody wants. I could be a friend. 89, cool. Cancel. Don't leave. Can I leave this one? I can't leave that one. Okay, cool. Who I am. Do. Up here in heaven, I could go to hell. Ooh, let me refresh the eggnog. Ooh, I'm gonna tell Pixels to get eggnog when he goes to the store next time. Oop, there. There we go. We're all filled up. Alright, this one goes here. For tomorrow. Today we're gonna work on Vibe and Shine. These 3 probably. Ooh. This is part 2. Before. Oops. That's what I wanted to click. That's what I wanted to click. What's this do? Oh, interesting. Okay. latest forgetting what she's doing. Oh, right. I was gonna do the VOD stuff, right? Okay. This guy. Song. I'll wait for these actually, and then I'll do that. It's like just like a thing of darkness here. I don't understand why. Yeah. Okay, I gotta wait for the other one to download. I wear pants. I don't want to highlight these, I'm gonna be honest. I don't wanna. This one's preparing for download. That's the 11th and then the 12th. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh, I can look at this. I should look at this. Let's do... Oh, I can do it one by one. Okay, instead, nothing. Twitter. Click to resolve. Click to resolve. Click to resolve. Okay, I need a DM Megtel. I didn't post this yet. Fucking damn it. Weird. My meds! Oh my god. I'm remembering. One thing at a time, but I'm remembering. Cool. I did that one, did that one, did that one, did that one. This one. It's fine. This one? Wait, no, I want the other one. I want both. Okay, cool. I have a scrape on my finger. Oh my god, it feels like kind of cozy in my office today because I vacuumed in here and just it feels nice. Remember, chat, if you got carpet, remember to vacuum every now and again. It's good, even though it's kind of annoying to do. It's good to do. It's the 8th that I want to upload next. Small. Sure. Okay. Gave me sorry. Okay. My roommate was asking me a question because so I gave my key back to my neighbor who I was cat sitting for, and as I was coming back, there was this like these two people that were like walking that like had nothing on but a towel, and I was like, what? And I was like trying not to look, but they were like walking the way in which I would walk home, and so I was just kind of like, I don't know what to do. You're like in my way, and I can't do anything because you're like in my way. So I just kind of waited a little bit, and then they passed by, and then I was like, cool, now I can leave and go home. It was really weird. But it kind of felt like guy got caught cheating, and the guy and girl had to walk out naked. Walk of shame sort of dealio. My husband. I want to refresh this. Reload. Resume upload the 8th. Dude, it says it's gonna take 2 hours. Awkwardness. Yeah, it was like awkward. The more awkward part was I was trying to walk home. Like I wasn't trying to follow. I was just trying to go home. And it was just like, guys, come on. I don't know what the fuck you did, but can you stop walking the way? And then eventually, like, they, like, crossed the street so that way I could, like, go home. But I was like, this is fucking awkward. Why? I just want to go home and go stream. It takes more heart than I let you leave. And your memories when you do. I gotta make sure there's no comments. I gotta stay on top of this. Because I'm bad. What's happening? I don't know what's happening there. Okay. I wanted the system notifications because those are also things I have to check sometimes. But I don't read the system notifications because usually TikTok's trying to get me to go live on there, and I'm like, I don't want to. I don't want to. I forgot what is being downloaded now. The 11th. 10/11. I'll download the 12th. What are you gonna lose your work on? How you didn't make the call, and now I live with your regrets, and now it's all your fault. Now it breaks my heart that I let you leave. I wanna wait for this to load, because I don't wanna... Okay. Is this jarring? Is it like a sudden cut? Okay. And that's the end of the stream. Cool. So I just need to remember, I need to write down that I need to render that. Because I'm not rendering that now because my computer would absolutely die. Absolutely, chat, absolutely. Okay. Fishmas is goob. I'm gonna wait, organize files. I need to start doing that. Hello, Rhino. How are you? Welcome in. Video editing, edit 3 times videos. Losing comfort, we all go. Whoa! Wait, oh, you already have that one. Oh. Damn. Sorry, I got excited for no reason. Sorry. Create vertical schedule. Render December 15th VOD. I'm good. I passed out last night and almost forgot to eat. Oh my god. Well, I hope you're okay and you've eaten some good breakfast at the very least, or lunch, depending on how you wish to perceive it as the first meal of your day, typically being breakfast. You could classify it as breakfast or lunch, depending on the time that it is, or early dinner. But I hope that it tastes good, whatever that you decided to eat. Things go wrong, you gotta put your head straight. We can do so complete. Okay, can I just start? Did I put that in? I think someone got me sick and when I went out on Friday and I am almost all better, but my body goes into sleep mode where I'm not. No, that's fair. That's fair. I'm happy that it's not too serious though, but I'm sorry that you're sick. You're a sickie. Okay. I need to make like a thing. I need to make a thing. And it's gonna be this thing, I think. And then it's going to be called the council. Edit channel. Save changes. Actually, I'm gonna put wait, no, I want it. Oh fuck. I want the council to go in milkclubmedia, sync permissions with milkclubmedia. Oh wait, these are opposited. Oh, I never changed them. Oops. In love again and again, fall 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 in love again. I need an emoji for that one. Emoji. Computer. I like this one. Edit channel. Boop. Oop, that didn't copy. Save changes. Edit channel. I don't like that that sword is not like sword. Like it's not an actual like sword icon. Save changes. Okay, it's saved. Okay, cool. I don't know what fucking sword I copied for it not to actually give me the sword emoji, but whatever. Command center, save, and then the council, edit the council. Oh, I have this one. I like this one. Save changes. Okay. Okay. It didn't like me doing that. Save changes. Add members roles. I gotta make the role. Oh, yeah, I'll be public about this. So this role is specifically for the council members, which are people that make it so that way if you are sub to my Patreon at a certain level, this can also happen. But the role is essentially just so that way I can ask people what they think of my TikTok videos. Council members. And it will be it'll be this color. And they can be right here. Because it's not like it doesn't really matter. And it's cold outside. Am I here in vain? Hold on to the night. There'll be no shame. Oh, I spelled Daedalus' name wrong. Kiwi. Rhino, I'm putting you in here because You are also a consumer of the TikToks, so this helps me. Next. Buffy. Is Buffy not in this Discord? Maybe not. Who else? I guess I could ask Star. Star's not in this? Oh, there they are. And Andrea. Me at the council. At council. You may be wondering why I have added you here. Well, I've created this channel so that way I could get opinions. I do have my doom scroll times. Yeah. And I feel like, you know, maybe I could take a little bit of that doom scroll time and borrow it for feedback on things that I do. Actually, I might move this channel. I think this needs to go in the studio because this is more like Elaine stuff. I might, hold on. I'm gonna combine studio and office. Here in the dawn to the night. Wait, no. Wait, do it the other way. Other way around. Always I wanna be with you. Maybe I'm a liar. I might be a liar. Backyard. Okay, maybe I'm a liar. I might be a liar. Okay, I'm a little bit of a liar. But that's okay, though. There's so many channels. Okay. You here? Well, I've created this channel so that way I could get opinions on TikTok, edits, ideas. I know sometimes, because, like, it's hard to pick sometimes. And then I have to favorite it. I can just do it now. Because I'm conflicted on which 2025 recap audio that I want to use. And then, sorry. I forgot that it would play audio. Somehow. I don't know how I forgot, but it did. Okay, hold on. Where is it? July. Hidden ideas. Okay. TikTok 2025 recap. There it is. Okay, so we have this version, and then we have thank you for the wellness check, Fart Huffer. Love the name. God, Jesus. Okay, so there's that one, and then I want to refresh this guy because I want this audio. Download video. I might have to convert it to an MP3 though. How ya doing? How you doing? Should I call you Great, Fart, or Huffer? Like which do you have a preferred name that I call you, or is it just kind of like okay. Don't know if you have a preference. Because I kind of feel like I have to say the whole thing, but I probably don't have to say the whole thing, but it feels like I should. That makes sense. Yeah, I have to make this an MP. Make it an MP4. So let me do that really quick. I mean, whatever is cool. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay, now it's done. It's open in DaVinci Resolve. No, it's not. You liar. Let's go. New tab. Recap V2. People call me what they want anyway. What does that mean? Hi, Taylor. Welcome on in. How you doing? Track mono. Move track down. Now link clips. Okay. If I mute this one now. I can't hear this. Sorry, hold on. Oh, wait, I can just do this. Free smoothie day. It's free smoothie day. Hi, Sheppy. Welcome on in, Sheppy. They've come up with names for me to take part or parts of my name to call. Fair. Fair. I'm going to call you Fart. I've always wanted to call someone Fart. I kind of like this one a lot because it's just funny. It's funny to me. 25 season comes to an end. I'm gonna have to change the wording timing, but Adventure Resolve is so cool. I like it a lot personally. Hi, Vexed! I also have another idea for another edit I think I want to do, so I don't know if I want to do that first today or not. How you doing? This by no means oh fuck, do you have to react or comment or anything? But it would help, because sometimes I have no brain cells. Okay, let me render out both versions. It's way better. Oh, for sure. I just feel like the learning curve is a lot easier, in my opinion. Sleepy but good. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm trying to do a edit really quick. 25. 20, version 1. Hopefully this won't kill my computer, because it might, but hopefully it won't. Okay, it looks like it didn't. Okay, so now we have, and then we can switch these. Okay, yeah, no, okay, and then this one will be version 2. Trying to get used to my new keyboard, but it's like weird. Because it's more spread out. The keys are more spread out than the other one was. I'm like trying to get used to it again. More nice 100% keyboard that fucking weighs 5.5 pounds, but it's a sturdy boy. Alright, here is council members. Here is your first challenge. Wink. Not actually. Actually, it is. It has 2 different audios. I should link the versions. Version 1. Yeah. This is a second video? Damn. To 2025 recap. Ooh. Recap 2025. I don't know what it's this one. Version 2. The first one has more memes. The second one is more classic. OG vids linked below if you want them. Smiley face. I might redo them. Well, no. I won't redo milk managers. I'm glad you got the light colors on it figured out. I am too! Oh my god, Stripes! I was about to blow a fucking gasket though. Cause like, I was like, other people did it, and like, not even, okay, oh my god. Wait, hold on, I gotta talk about this for a second. Cause like, not even did the person who, like, the Discord moderator or whatever, the person that's supposed to, like, help you with that stuff, they were just kind of like, FN delete, but maybe email support. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? What do you mean you don't know? Like, I understand that you're probably like a community manager, but you should know. You should know. And then a lovely, lovely person in their general chat told me after flashing, I'm supposed to click FN and O and it fixed it. And I'm like, yes. And so I'm very happy. I'm very happy. It's a nice blue now. It's very nice. It matches when I like click on the keys because I have the one where like if you click it, it makes like a ripple effect on the keyboard. It's very nice and I like it. 12 ounces is a little on the small side, not gonna lie. Wait, what do you mean? What is 12 ounce? 12 ounce for what? Wait, 12 ounces for what? 12 ounces for what? For what? There's that. Okay. I want to find a clip. There's a clip that I want to find. Was it not going to show it to me? Shem's attempted murder to this one. This one. Smoothie? That's fair. That's fair. 12 ounce smoothie. I love Smoothie King. Smoothie King is my favorite, personally. I'm gonna do a new folder. Subtle foreshadowing. I want to try this one again. Subtle foreshadowing, but I don't know if I'll do that right now or not. Maybe. I have the subtle foreshadowing from a previous video because I tried to do it before, but it wasn't it. So I could try it now unless I want to do other edits. Band pants. True, I agree. Also, Smoothie King. Oh my god, their sizes are amazing. I like their sizes. Like, look at this. Their minimum is their minimum is a 20. Their minimum is a 20. I like the 40 ounce size though. You should go there right now and get their free smoothie. I don't have a Smoothie King near me. I have probably like an Orange Julius or something near me. I love Smoothie King. They have good protein shakes. What, free smoothie? Yeah, apparently it's a free smoothie day or something. I think. Is it free smoothie today? You can get a free smoothie by joining their health. Free smoothie day. Is today free smoothie day? No, it's June 21st is free smoothie day. I already took off my pants. That's fine. You don't gotta go. You make smoothies at home. which could be better because you're making them at home. You can put whatever you want in it. And you don't have to pay for delivery fee. Alive. What am I doing? I forgot. In the app? In the app? The Smoothie King app? I don't think there's a Smoothie King near me, though. Hold on. I'll look it up on my phone. I don't want to dox myself. I don't know what I just flicked off my desk. My dad texted me back. I love my dad. Nope. Human garbage just will eat everything. You're a superhero. I can only finish. Stuffed. I'm gonna send my dad a GIF. I hope he finds it funny. I learned through therapy, dealing with a bloody nose at work is fun. I'm sorry. Basically, I had a bloody nose yesterday. And it's rough because he gets very it lasts for a while, and it's like a waterfall. About 2 semesters ago, I used to get angel food almost every morning because they had them in you're gonna get a GIF. No, like an animated picture. I don't know what he wants for Christmas. I don't know what he wants for Christmas. Other than hopefully my love, because I only recently got money. But that sounds so good. I don't know if I got any of the. Hold on. Smoothie King. Let me just look at their menu. I think I would always get like a peanut butter one. Oh God, I would love some avocado toast right now. Now they don't have it, and it's been replaced with Crave, whatever it is. Oh, but they have holiday ones. I'm fine, but we're still busy. That's fair. It would be annoying, I'm not gonna lie, to have to deal with that. So I understand that completely. Dude, this sounds really good. I would get the holiday pecan one. Our menu items. I think I would get like a banana. The banana peanut butter. Crave the restaurant. Oh, Crave the fuck! It's been replaced completely. What the fuck? Oh shit! They do have a free smoothie thing today. I don't think I live near a Smoothie King though. Hold on, yeah. Let me look it up on my phone again. I forget. I don't want to dox myself. Smoothie King maps. Is there one near me? Is this one the nearest one? What the fuck? No, this is not what I want. I don't want to drive 16 hours to go to Smoothie King, bro. There's no Smoothie Kings where I live. There's there's the closest one is in California. I don't want to. I can't drive to California. Can I search this area? There's no way. There's no results. There's no Smoothie Kings on the West Coast. That's so depressing. Oh, I have to text my dad back. My dad keeps texting me. It's very nice. Boop, 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 boop. By the way, I keep doing BTW, but I don't know if my dad knows what BTW means. And I'm like, oh, back that up. Put by the way. Sag, I know. I'm sad about it too. Trust me. If I could right now have some Smoothie King, I would probably get it. I had a smoothie for breakfast, but I probably would get more. I think it's in I think it's in here. Video editing. Other TikToks posted. The content slash curve butthole. This is out of context. VTuber, I grieve different. Oh, I mean, is it in here? No. The golden brown. It could be in video editing. I have like one, I think, called TikToks. I don't think I do. Okay, that's fine. I'll just look up subtle foreshadowing on here. And then we'll just take from that. Is this the one with the most views on it? I want to take from the one with the most views. 2.4, 9.6, 6.9. 9.6. I'll do this one. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. All right, I'm gonna need the sound with it to download audio. Download it. That's funny. Want to fall into you. 100 minutes left. What are you? Oh, processing. Oh, cool. That means I can upload the 9th. Poggers. And I can be up to date on my videos. For these. Not to comment on what it's not. Isn't as you know I'm right. Postulate in mind. Reuse. Dwap. There we go. Now it's in the right order. Shame. Fix yourself without my help. You were standing. Of our world's ending. Here. Oh, let's do another. Falling through you. The 9th. No, it's not made for kids. Boop, boop, boop. And then we can close this guy. And then... thing. Oh, yeah. I decided that I'm not going to be able to find the things for it, so that's fine. Okay, and then I want to go to the audio that it's using. Oh shit, I found the video that Kiwi reacted with the GIF with. Download video. Give it. Audio save. Okay, now we can do this one, this one, this one. Save, and then I'm gonna go back to TikTok template. File, say project as. This is going to be subtle foreshadowing. And then we're gonna go back here. I'm gonna put turn the lights off into edits. I have to do drag path eventually, but I don't know how I want to do drag path yet. Link clips. This one could go here. Link clips. Alright, and then we're gonna turn these off for now just so I can mark the timings. Here. Oops. Here. 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 Wait, am I doing this right? It goes here. And it comes back. And it goes. And she's just vibing. And then she falls off. And she comes back. Then she's fine. And then she falls again. And then she's fine again. And then she falls. Here. And she's fine. And then she falls again. And then she's fine again. She goes back up. And she just falls, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, cool. And then I'm gonna say this is the end of the video. So, and then I've gotta convert this guy to an MP3. MP3. Start function downloads. And then this can go here. And then it'll be like, I just want to clip this so it's good. Okay, and then we're going to clip it here because that'll be the end of it. We can lock this track. We're just going to shove him up. Okay, we're going to bring this up. And then I have to now position these two clips in the gamer way. You know where. Hello, how are you, homie? I'm good. How are you, teeny? Enjoying the Christmas season, I hope. How you doing? I raided Mackenzie yesterday. Because they were streaming Megabonk. And so I went and I raided them to say hello. I hope you're doing well, though. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I don't know if I was there for that, but hell yeah. That's okay. I just want to let you know. Because you're the reason why I know about them. Crop top, crop bottom. Sounds great. She's a close friend of mine. Yeah, they're very cool. They're very cool. Do it like this? Should I do it like this? I think I should do it like that. And then I should zoom this out and bring this in. Make this 0. You're very cool. I am honored to know you and be your friend. I hope you are doing wonderfully well. You have no sickies. Hello, Shadow. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're just editing up a video for the funnies. Okay, now I gotta link all these together. Not sick, just tired. Understandable. I think the entirety of it does happen. Here, maybe? I think is the entirety of it. So I need to listen to it now, I think. I think maybe like this. And then like this. And then no, we will need an additional track. Add track mono. And it'll have to go hold on, let me unlink these. Let me put this up here. And then we need, for a split second, we need me being upset. So that would me be over here. Let's do this section. Now the question is, do I do the same clip? No. I think it should be the next part of it. I think it's like here. Oh, hello, Lady Ace. Welcome on in. I'm sorry yesterday the internet was weird, but I hope today the connections are all good and you can vibe and hang out with us. That's okay. My brain's already mashed potatoes, honestly. So thank you. Ooh. I just got a whiff of something weird. Ooh. Ooh, I just got a whiff of something weird. It was, it was aromatic and bad, and I don't know what it was. But it's doing better now, thankfully. That's good. Let me see. I think this part might be better for the beginning. Cat food farts? I don't think so. No, I think it was a medicine burp. I think I had a baby medicine burp. It felt like a medicine burp. No pants, no pants! Not today, tomorrow, though. Wait, hold on. Where did I say something?
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Okay, I like it, Picasso. How goes the work making any products? It's going good. I decided I may be a little goober and I may be doing an edit instead of my actual work, but you know. Shrug. Well, we'll do that after I do the edit. I might have a stomachache. Oh no, I'm sorry. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some more water. Wait, okay, hold on. I'm confused. I'm confused on where I'm at. Hold on. Okay, I think it has to be like here. And I'm gonna take a nap. Have a good rest of the stream. Good luck with the work. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a wonderful night. I'm sorry that you are feeling icky. I hope you can feel better soon. Wait, okay. I kind of have to put it all together at the same time. Wait, I have to go back a bit further, I think. Okay, wait. It's like bad, bad, good, bad. So we need another bad section. By bad, I just mean like unfortunate circumstances. Okay. Wait, and then goes bad, good, bad. And then, but this part we can like repeat, I think. And then bad again. Which I think could be this one. And then we remove it. So it's like... Okay, no, I can't actually do that. I cannot repeat it like that. Okay, that's fine. Hold on. Let me mute that one. Okay, we can do this one here. Okay, this part needs to get... Wait, no, I gotta change this a little bit. So this one needs to be first, I think. Fine, and then bad again. Okay, what was this part? Oh, this part I feel like is the part I just had, so I have to go back a little bit. Okay, let's see how this is. Okay, so bad and then okay. So it's this part. So and then good and then bad. Okay, so I kind of don't like this one. And I'm wondering if like the other ones have better timing for something like this. I'm wondering. So let me go back to the other one that I was looking at, this one. I don't like this either. I don't like these either. Okay, so. Oh, so it should be a continuous thing. So I see. So it should be like, and then something that happens after this part essentially is what we want. Okay, so. Okay, right here. Da Vinci. Da Vinci. Don't, it's not responding. No, it can't handle my memes. It can't handle my meme edits. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Okay, cool. Is it this one? Okay, so look. Okay, so mm, Maybe like this. Feels like your love is as real as an unknown. Okay, how is this? Okay, this needs to be louder, I think, so I can hear it. I actually don't know the order of this. I think this actually has to go maybe like this instead, and then like here, and then here. Mm. I'm gonna have to bleep this. I don't think the word I said in this is very TikTok friendly. Delete empty tracks. Okay, cool. Okay, let me. Oops. And the empty track. Okay, there. Okay, I think I want to do this one more time. Add track. Used to feel, but your mind's made of lead and your heart's made of steel. But is that we're jumping on the trampoline? I just learned they weren't real. Okay, so the part that we want is right here. So we take this part and this part, and then and then here. And I'm wondering if this is maybe how we do this. So let's put that over there. I'm gonna shorten these guys up a little bit just so I can see. Huh? Oh, it's because I locked it. Doesn't mean I mute. Okay. And then right here. And then let's turn these ones off and scoot this over. Okay. Okay. Maybe like a little bit more. Okay, and then I could do like here, I think. And then here, and then we do this part, and then delete track, delete track. Delete track? Nope, I want to delete this one. Oh, it's because it's locked. Delete track. Okay, there we go. Wait, do you watch it happen? I think I don't really want this one. I feel like because of how short this is, I can only do a few of them. I don't know if I need to switch these two, maybe? Okay, do you see him? Okay, no. It's because this has to happen here, huh? Wait, and then we go this one, and then this one, and then this one maybe instead? Switch it one more time. There. I do like this one being in the beginning. Wait, I want this way. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Okay, this part. Add track mono. The meme has to be perfect, chat. Oop. Okay, so okay, wait, unmute this one. I think we should do it a little bit shorter. So like here. Oh, wait, I realized something. This part, this part, this part, this part. So it should be like this. Okay, so it actually before, so when it happens is we want this to happen here. Okay, so we have to have enough buildup between here and here. So let's cut this here, cut that there. And then we're going to cut this part. No, we're not. We're going to cut this part and shove it over. Okay. Right? Because like, oh, it's because this one. Okay. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, and then I want everything after this. So like maybe here instead. Maybe like this one instead. And then we turn this up. Hi, Kiwi. I think one more is warranted here. I think maybe not actually. I think maybe we can juxtapose. Do you think they made tampons for bloody noses? Probably. You could just use a tampon if you wanted that, though. It'd be pretty good if it was like this, I think. Okay, I have to unfortunately bleep myself out because the word I said is not nice. Okay, wait, I gotta bleep the whole section, so it's like... Okay, what, how am I... Okay. Okay, I'm going to remove these now because I don't... Well, let's remove these ones. And then I need to do a sound effect, which I like doing quacks. Actually, a dolphin sound would be funny too, but I'll just do a quack since I have a quack. Q-R-S-T. Q-R. Q-Q-Q-Q-Q-Q-Q-Q quack. Let's actually do dolphin sensor noise. I cannot type. That is not how you spell any of that. I don't got the parts, and none of my coworkers are carrying them. I did get some gauze though. Fair? You could always, I mean, you could always just stuff tissues. Just roll up some tissues. Same. Same if you think about it. Lisa and Mahamagadi. Is to do the laundry, let her go. I need this to be an MP3. Welcome on in. Hello, Glitch Crown. How was your stream? Did you have a good stream? Let me wave everyone in. Hello. How was your stream? Did you have a good one? I hope you did. We're just hanging out here, working on a little TikTok video edits, but I hope you are doing absolutely wonderfully well. Welcome, everyone. If you need to go raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with us. If you're new here, hello, my name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I am just doing silly goober things, so feel free to let us know how your co-working went. I got some work done. I'm very glad. What happened to the pants? I had pants yesterday. I don't like wearing pants, but I was wearing pants yesterday, but I didn't want to wear them today, that's all. I just don't like wearing pants. That's very loud. Okay. Oops. No, I want it to be quiet. I think it has to be a little bit longer. I think this has to go over here. I'm like currently bleeping myself out because I say a very bad word. Okay, I think I like this more now. We just gotta turn this one off, I think. And then we just need to move the maincoow thing right here. Pog. My director crowd, so it's time to quit stream. Fair? fair. We had a little bit of I think it was this one. It was just like, it paused for a second, and I was like, please don't crash. I don't know when I saved you last, but I think we're okay, because I think I got it, so now I can just test her on out. Let's do subtle foreshadowing. Shem, son of a, and then add the render queue. And it's a really short, it's like only 8 seconds, so it shouldn't take long for it to do its thing. Council members. New edit. Meet. Alrighty. I think autosave has my back. Oh, on God. The autosave honestly is very helpful. Okay, these are all now processing. I'm just gonna make sure, is the initial check done? So till go back. Okay, private. Save. Done. Edit. Private. Save. I want these not to be drafts anymore. I have to go to the bathroom. And if you guys need to go to the bathroom because streaming can't take it out of you, feel free to do so. I'm going to be right back as I take a quick bathroom break. So I will be right back. I love you guys. let me... Okay, everything is good to go on that front. It feels a dream come true to have a little council to show my videos to. And if you guys ever want to comment on my videos, feel free. They are not limited to only the people in the council. I just put them there because those are the people I know I can inconvenience. Or that I hopefully wouldn't be an inconvenience, but you know. Swing either way. Open my eyes. Tell me it was just a dream. Love, you never leave, never leave. I behold me toes, dead inside, with you by my life. Let's see, it is up to the 8th. So we can take these and put them here. Oh, had the door. Oh yeah, I have to go check the door really quick. I'll be right back. Okay, we're Gucci. I had to get my package because I didn't want anybody to steal my package because that's a fucking expensive package. Pog. Okay. I'm just gonna wait for those VODs to move over. Not that easy to say. Edit. Boop. Oh, my mouse is kind of gross. Okie dokie. Keeb. I'm gonna put this in here. Sure. I don't need this. And then this can go into stream. Go into here. Okay. Yep. Okay. And now I gotta video edit. We'll start with 29. Is this done? Okay. And then let's do timeline. Subtitles from audio, create. Bad Tooth Records, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. How ya doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. A wonderful, wonderful day. My voice sounds so weird in this one for some reason, but it's okay. Is a breath? It is a breath. Area. And boop. Vegetables are fruit! Exclamation point. jarring. I like the memes, but too overstimulating. There's a vegetable. Okay. Pardon this because it helps them classify. Thank you for the like, Zach. My brain. My brain. Oh my god, plants, butt. Alright, and then we can do this. Save that. We're gonna delete empty tracks from here. Save. We're gonna make this shorter. Okay, so now we go video editing. This one, this one, this one. Wow, okay. I don't know if I'm gonna add the thing I think I'm going to right here. And speaking specifically, okay. Peppers are a fruit. That's that one. I guess we could do this one. Nah, I don't want to use that one either. Let's do this one. Let's lock these. Running in place now. Oh, that's a cooking one. Shoot. Don't want that one either. Let's do this one. Line clips. Boop. And then this guy thinks. This guy thinks. That's because we see culinary. Let's do this one. Link clips. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And more culinary. And then I want the one where it's like boiling, cooking up the peppers. Cooking up the peppers. Where is it? It's this one. This one. Thank you for your head patch, Taylor. I hope you're having a wonderful day, by the way. Well, that's because peppers in culinary preservative classifies fruit and vegetables differently, which I would do this one. And then we want plant scientists. By the origins. And then I should have another one, right? How they grow. Yeah. And their variations. I think I'll do this one. This is also known as plant taxonomy, which I'll put this one. And then we'll do this one maybe? Nostalgia. I do this one and then do this one, this like dried plate of peppers. The splicer on as a Scoville unit. Where is the Scoville? Where do I Scoville unit? Okay. Let's use this one, I guess. So like banana peppers. Known as the Scoville unit. Add track, and then this is where we add the Scoville unit. So next time your friend goes crunching, you know, the spiciness. Actually, I might do this one instead and just have him the moment when he like bites into one. I want him biting it. Okay. And then I just want this guy for the rest of the video. Okay, cool. But let's zoom in. I will do sound effects. Hi, Bucky. How are you? How you doing? Welcome on in. So a solid snake. This one. I want this one. I don't know why I sound so different. I think I was talking funny when I did this. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I could do this like this, but I'm gonna find out. Effects. Nope. Boop, boop. Let's do an adjustment layer. Because if I could do it like this, I would honestly prefer it. I'm good. I had to do stuff with AI and I crashed out 5 times. That's fair. That's fair. I'm having a pretty good day though. I gotta edit a clip that I thought was funny, and now we're just working on typical work stuff, I'd say. And I'm sorry you crashed out. I apologize that happened to you. Oh, uh-oh. Hello, computer? Oh, crap. Hopefully everything's okay now. Sorry about that. I'm doing good, though. I don't know if that heard me. Sorry. Oh, my God. Okay. It's okay. Our new PC will be here soon. We'll fix it up, and it'll be great. Don't you worry, Chad. Sorry about that, but yeah, I'm hoping you're having a better day now, though. Maybe like this one. Stream crashed out too. Apparently, it was like, don't do this to me. Okay, maybe we can do it like this. I need this to be a fast transition. Actually, this one has a transition. What? What? So shouldn't I do it? I sound so weird in this. It's okay. And then I want to do sound effects, and we'll do huh. C. Where is it? C huh. Okay. Oh no, I wanted to do the multi-circle swipe here. My bad. Okay, there. I guess maybe I could also scoot this here to here and then go. There you go. So it'd be like, And then I need the sound effect. Do I have a chopping noise? I don't think I do. No, I don't, so I'm gonna have to go get one. Do 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 do. Okay, this is, then I'll have to go to free sounds instead. And go to knife chopping. I'm gonna go sleep. Good night, Pocky. Sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. Mwah. Night, night. I adore ya. Sleep good. Chopping some chopping meat. Have a good stream. Thank you. Let me just look up chopping instead. I feel like the music's a bit loud for me. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. I'll turn it. No, that's fine for you guys, I think. Fast chopping? Yeah. Fast knife cutting carrots. Fast cut. Fast chop. Lamb chop speed down. Fast chop. Okay. Do a cutting board. Chopping lettuce on them. This one's the cleanest one. So I'll download this one. And then I'll just maybe speed it up. I'm gonna go Peter Parker. Maybe crawler. Boop. And then can I made it like super fast. Any more culinary perspective? Or I guess like a sizzle. Sizzle. Mm. Mm. I like this one. Download. Oop. Download sound. Boop. Doop. Culinary. So let's do it here. And then we'll cut it. Let's do like this. Actually, let's do this here, here, then a little bit in. And then I have like a pencil sketch, I think. Right? Sketch, scribble. Resources. Sound effects. Pencil. Right? I need like a pencil. Right, apologies. I got a phone call just as Glitch Card rated. Hello? No problem. Bad Tooth Records. Love the name. I said that earlier, but no problem. Hope you had a good phone call. We are just making videos. I like this one. This one's simple. This is simple. I like this one. Simple. I like it. I can repeat it. It feels like I can repeat it multiple times. Let's run the. Let's do 3. I think it might need to be louder. Let's do it at like 5, maybe. Jesus, that's quiet. I mean, understandably so. Let's do 10 then. I don't think I can repeat it for that long. Maybe like here. We need to do a pen scribble for longer. Let's do like a scribble. Maybe see if we can find a longer scribble. Ooh, this one's right. This one's nice. Scribbling on paper is nice. Then we can... So we don't have to repeat this one. Instead, we can do this one. And we can fade it in. And then I think I don't want it for the whole thing, so... Is important. Phone call was getting the latest gossip. Oh my god. Fuck yeah. I hope that Bethany... I'm sorry if your name is Bethany. Bethany got her just desserts, but I love that. I love that. I hope that everybody's getting their karma as it's due to them. I hope you are doing well otherwise. My cat gives me such a stink eye when I'm trying to make sure that her blanket is on. It's kind of rude, honestly. Okay. Okay. I did do that one. Okay. I kind of want to add in a little bit more videos. This one. I don't have this one. Oh no, and let's do this point. And like a little snip. Snip. Let's do this one. Ugh. I kind of don't like the sound of those scissors. This one's nice. This one's nice. Sunlights. There's something in the... Okay, let's do... Let's do it this way. And their variations to others. I actually think this one might be better here. Oh, did I have that somewhere else? It looks like I didn't. Okay, so for the plant taxonomy one, I just kind of want it to zoom, and then I kind of want it to pan. Slowly, I want it to pan. Let's go one back. We're going to go like this, and we're going to go like this. And then we're going to go to the first one, and we're going to bring it down a bit more. Like that. Too fast. And then now I need to do spice. Spice. What's fuck? Spice adventure time. Too young. I don't need the whole thing. Okay. Actually. Perfect. Okay, this one, this one. maincoow nod. Okay, and then I need to do that one more time with this one. And then transform it into an H24. And we're going to do output 2, change to... Most times I'm using it for this, so hopefully this will kind of stay the way I want it to, but let's do the start function. If I do output... Oh, okay, that does stay. I think before it wasn't doing that. I don't really know. It's the spice level. Yep. The spice level. Spiciness of a pepper right here. Let's see. Fascinating. What's fascinating? What is fascinating, my friend? And then I'm just gonna crop the top and the bottom. And zoom it in a bit. And then I'm going to zoom this guy in. I think to like here. The Scoville unit. Gotta pick him an ingredient for dinner. Hope I'll be home in under an hour. No problem. We'll be here. Yours in this case? Seeing another person's workflow, yours in this case? But fair. I mean, hey, I'd love to see your workflow, or if you want to give me any suggestions or advice, I'd love to hear it. Because I'm very much just a baby about this. If they like the spice of that. Oops, 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 fruit. Okay, so. Okie dokie. I think I want to do a video transition on this guy, though. So maybe like a clock wipe just for funsies. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the gremlins. The gremlins. They got in my computer and they decided to nom on everything. It's broken. Is it good now? Fresh. I think we good. Oh my god. Is my internet good? Okay. Are we okay? Hello? Thank you. She lives. I'm back. Hopefully. I don't really understand what's happening to my computer. Half. Maybe that's the problem. Is the playback not half? Time playback. Okay, maybe that was the issue. Hold on, let me make sure that... No, that one's half too. What the fuck? Okay. I don't really know what's happening to my computer. I'm a little worried about it, but it's okay. We already got the parts for fixing this issue. So we'll be golden in no time. Sorry about that. Let me know if there's anything I need to repeat. every 2 seconds? Oh, let me look at my notes. I gotta go back to my Nikki's notes. Give the viewer educational trim the excess 30 to 40 seconds max. Could anything not critical, no fluff, all silence. With there being so many ways to accomplish image results, I think our approaches may differ, but that's the interesting. I do love the exchange in ideas and how we might do. Yeah, no, definitely. If there's any time, honestly, any time when you're like, Elaine, why are you doing it like that? I do it like this. I love that. Like, it makes good back and forth, especially if you're okay with like the conflict of ideas. How awesome you are at editing. I am baby beginner. I feel like I only know one way to edit things, so I think I would say I'm a beginner. Whereas, like, I feel like if I were to know 5 ways to do one thing, I think I'd say I'd be intermediate. There was a thing. Cut anything not critical. No fluff. I thought there every second. Value every second. Okay, that's not what I was looking for. Let's use the purpose. This man's messed up. Breakdown conflict. Okay, well now I'm confused. How often should a sound effect or visual pop-up happen in a TikTok? Show the first 36 seconds. Use strong words the first 3 seconds. Fuck, I thought it was in here that like every other second something should be happening. I'm learning new things, new software, just dipping my toes too into the Linux. Ooh, the Linux pool. I've been meeting quite a few people recently that like are into Linux. My roommate really likes Linux. It was very interesting to see how people combat things on Linux. But I'm a baby and I just use Windows 11. Fear not the man who practiced 10,000 kicks once, but the man who practiced one kick 10,000 times. Wait. Yes. No. I guess. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. I think so. TV that sends confuse me. I have to ask. What are the most moral, ethical? Yeah, but I need to know what's the most ethical. Cause I need to ask. Cause I need to ask a question to Google, but Google doesn't compile everything, so I need to know who's the most ethical because I need to know. Bruce Lee quote, fair. View results. Show me the results. None of these. Okay. Safety, the constitutional type tone. Chat, help me. It's just like, I just want to be able to ask a question and to have it compile everything on the internet and tell me what, like, I need something to be able to, I'll just ask my, what I would like is a chat bot that I can ask a question to that will compile everything on the internet and give me like, oh, well, most people say this, right? Because if I just look it up on Google, I have to do that. So I don't know what would be the most ethical, I guess, chatbot to use for something like this, because I will say I use ChatGPT to ask questions like, hey, how do I do this thing? But maybe that's not the most ethical. I don't really know. If you guys have any comments or questions or anything about that. It's just like, I would like to use the least harmful to society. That's why you add Reddit to your search. Yeah, but then I have to scroll through Reddit. I was getting a few ADHD advice videos earlier, so I feel inspired. Fuck yeah. I don't even remember what I was asking anymore. Oh, no, I remember. Fine. How often should a sound effect have on TikTok, Reddit? How often to use transitions and sound effects? I would often, but it's 2 months ago, to reuse the same sounds. Everything I learned about short form, to fill every moment with sound. Sometimes less is more. Visual variety keeps attention. Hello, silences are your friend. Strategic pauses can anticipation. Visual variety keeps attention. Short attention span, so getting something new to look at every couple of seconds. I mean, start having ads. Fuck. Often, I want like the most recent, but I don't really know. I was learning. I make cuts every 3 to 5 seconds. That seems great for a general frame for YouTube, but I don't have any ideas how the sound effects should be like an answer over necessary. 3 to 5 seconds. This person says 3 to 5 seconds for transitions whenever necessary for sound effects. Okay. I'm not mad about that, I guess. I wish we could take from like a larger pool of answers and questions, you know? Because like I don't know. It's hard because like these are all interpreted differently. I miss you all the time. Sorry, 5 minutes. Editing, it's an art as much as statistics, yeah. I get curious on the statistics of it, and I'd like to know the statistics of it, and then make an informed decision on whether I want to do it like that. I think that's not bad. It's just, ooh. Also, here, let me also check one more thing. I'll use myself as a study then. The did you know this one? I think these two had things popping up every other second, I think. Actually, let me look at the statistics for this video. 60, 50, 40 is like 10. So it's like here. It's like here. It's at the transition. Are you guys kidding me? I'm giving you a transition and you don't want the okay, maybe we'll try it. Maybe we'll try a different transition then. If most people are falling off at the transition, I might need to change the transition. 2020. Less. Okay, so there's 2 dips. One here. $80, $60, here to here. It's on God at the transition. Okay, maybe the transition is too jarring then. I'll change the transition. Hold on. I like the multi-circular wipe. Hi, love. Hi, my love. How is stream? How was playing games? Oh, no problem. Have good food. I will ask you when you return. Ooh. This one is done. That one's not bad, actually. I'll try the circles then. Okay. We'll try that. Okay, we'll try this. I think this one. I think it's more important this beginning because I don't feel like this latter half having the sound effects just don't really make sense over here. I don't think. Yeah, this it kind of doesn't. I don't feel like there needs to be stuff like this. Stop eating that pepper. It's a fruit. Speaking specifically in terms of botanical classification, vegetables are fruit. I'm just gonna make sure everything else isn't just one word. Also, for example, spiciness of is a botanical classification. Irish transition works nicely. I think so too. I think the other one might be just a little too much movement. What in the world is that? What's what? This? This is snap captions. This is a DaVinci Resolve specific tool that allows you to, with the algorithm of DaVinci, you can make subtitles, and then this tool makes it so you can animate your subtitles like this. I like it quite a bit. This is version 2. Version 1, I think, is cheaper than version 2, but they both have free versions. Wait, I forgot to copy it. God dang it. 0.9. I use it a lot. It saves me a lot of fucking time. I don't trust that this isn't getting cut. Okay. Snap captions. Current text. This one. Default. Subtitle 1. Create phrases. Stop eating that. Pepper. Stop eating that. Stop eating that. Pepper. That pepper. It's a fruit. At this point, I probably have 100 fusion comps. I've been using Raw for a couple of years. That's fair. Yeah, no. Snap captions has saved my life from having too many fusion, like a lot of fusion things. The fonts are too long. I think I'll just keep it. Because I think it's just telling me that the botanical classification, if it's together, it's going to get cropped. And I don't want it to get cropped. Create caption. I think the rest of it's fine because I really only messed with the beginning of it. So. Delete track. We're going to make this a 0.9. It's nicer than that fruit. Apply, retain. Let's see. I tried installing Resolve on my Linux machine, but it didn't. Ooh, I'm sorry. Hi, Streak! Hi, Streak! Hi, how are you? Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Save. Okay, cool. Alright. So let me do. Stop. So now I'm going to end up learning Blender. Good luck with Blender, my guy. I'm going to tell you what, I do not like Blender. As a 3D modeler myself, I much prefer Maya, but that's because that's what I know. But, you know, listen, you learn Maya, you teach me, no, you learn Blender, you teach me Blender, okay? Okay, I want circles to be here instead of stretch blur. Okay, I think I use stretch blur because I was thinking other VTubers use it, but I think it was just too jarring for how fast it had to be. Which is fine. Okay. labels, render, save. We're going to put this guy here. Not deal. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'm just making money with crafting together. New 14 patch. Hope your day's been good. Thank you, Streak. I miss 14, man. I miss 14. Let's reminisce about when I used to play Final Fantasy 14 really quick. I'm going to show you guys my Final Fantasy character. And I get to talk about Dick. Damn it, Carbuncle, which is a group that I was in with Streak. Look. This is my friends. These are my friends. This one is Streak. This one's my character. I really liked playing Final Fantasy. It was really fun. I really liked that outfit. It was a really good outfit. And we would take pictures all the time after we fought fights. It was so great. I loved Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is so cool. I miss playing Final Fantasy and I miss raiding a lot. I love Final Fantasy. Oh, this is when I did E9 to E12. This is my roommate Sim. And this is not is this E9 to E12? I don't remember. This is Sim. This was my friend. I don't remember half of their names anymore. I remember I loved customizing all these though. It was really fun. Oh yeah, I remember this. I remember this a little bit. I was a tank in Final Fantasy. I was such a good tank. I loved being a tank. I doubt I'll ever be entirely Microsoft free. No, that's fair. It's such a monopoly. It's hard not to interact with products that are not Microsoft, to be fair. I used to take so many pictures. Look at my girl. My VTuber is actually based on her. Technically, my very first VTuber was based off of... We have the same name, so... But very, very similar in vibes. Look at the little goober. I loved my cat girl. She was so great. I loved her so much. Still a legend tank too, yes sir. This is when I finished Ukab. I don't remember that person's name. This is when I finished Ukab. Oh! I already rely on too many windows, but on God. This is when I like this outfit too. That was a cute outfit. And this one too. Oh my God. Final Fantasy Fashion is so nice. Fuck. Oh my God. Susak Delugi. I remember this one. It was Streak and Tate and Abby. Me. This one is Cypher. Who? I don't remember two people. I don't remember two people in this picture. And that kind of upsets me. Ridian? This one's Ridian. This one's Amane. Wait, did we... Is this one Amane? Fashion game went up by 100% with a glamour update. Oh, fuck! Shut up, Streak. I can't justify it, Streak. I can't justify going back. I mean, I can a little bit. Oh, I want to go back so bad. I'll go back to Famfrit too, Streak. I'll go back to Famfrit too. There's Streak. This is Shay. I don't remember who dressed up as a fucking frog, though. Cypher, Amane, Abby, me, Nari. I miss Nari. The Aura is Amane, and the cat girl was Shay. Yeah. See, it's been too long. Oh, I miss Final Fantasy. I feel like it was addiction. It was an addiction to me, just like League of Legends was, but less toxic and more creative. Ugh. I want to go back. Chat, take me back. Take me back to the days. Oh, this is when we did that one. I remember. That was hard. Yeah, so no, don't worry. No, that's so threatening. Don't say that. We can't tell pixels. I mean, like, how much is a sub? How much is a sub these days? How much is a subscription these days? If I just wanted one. How much is a sub? I'd have to buy the latest. I don't have Dawn Trail though. I don't want to log in. How much is a sub? Ooh, woo. Is that one a woo? I have one character. It's $13. What's the difference? Tiers? 90 days, 180 days. These are prices for Final Fantasy users who have changes. Oh, okay, that's fair. I thought you did Dawn Trail though. I haven't. I didn't touch Dawn Trail. Dawn Trail is the only one I haven't touched. Right? I think so. Yeah, because I think I stopped before Dawn Trail came out. Yeah. Because I haven't played in like 3 years. As long as Pixels and I have been together, I haven't really been playing Final Fantasy. Oh. This fucks me up. I really miss it. I kind of want to play it. But you don't have to. I think I have to finish. I have to finish. I don't think I finished the one, but I don't. I actually don't know. Okay, if I go in Mog Station, can I find out, actually? Where's the Mog? Where's the Mog Station? I want to find out really quick. Hold on. I want to find out now. Maybe I did buy it. Was that be there? I know. That's the problem, though. Because I could always go back streak. I just play for like a little bit. Oh, maybe I could just play for like a little bit. Just like a little bit. What, account information? Oops, wrong one. Account. Additional expansions. I don't know where I see this. Is it this one? I don't know where I see this stuff. Account information, share list subscriptions, 1 point password. No, let me look it up. FFXIV, how to see what expansions I have. There are your account settings in the Mog Station. Account settings. Is my account settings? Don't tell Pixels I'm doing this. Do tell Body I'm doing this, though, if he's asking. List subscriptions? Review services an option. How do I check this under your account settings on the watch? If you're missing some, you just need to buy annual for the previous. If you're currently paying for something. Ew, Body. Ew. Ew. Oh, that's where you see it. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, I don't have Dawn Trail. That's the only one I don't have. I don't know if I finished Endwalker, though. I don't think I finished Endwalker. Oh, this is the closest I've been to returning, is actually being on the Mog Station. Streak, what have you done? I can't. I can't do it, Streak. I could, though. Wait, let's look at the online store, though. This is cute. This is a cute top. It's a cute top. So is the Vibrian princess attire. Ooh. Is this a haircut you can have now? I escaped by to say I will make it. I know, but anytime someone whispers to me the secrets of Final Fantasy, I cry. Fashion accessories? Where's the hair? Modern aesthetics is the one for hair. These are all okay. Okay, there's no hairs that like make me really want them. This one's really cute though. I'm sure a lot of people rocked this one or are rocking that one. I actually don't know when it came out, so. Ooh, can I look at all the new ones? All items, additional services. Sort by newest. Mode divine arm, divine disc, divine tiara. The Christmas barding. They don't really do outfits though, it looks like anymore for events. Oh my god, I bet so many people wore this one. It's very cute though. Alternative attire? What the fuck? Yoshi P, what the fuck? A shag cat? What the fuck is a shag cat? Oh, he's so big and fluffy. Belt leather, that's crazy. Ooh, I'd get that if I was playing. The warden's attire, that's pretty. I have all of them except for this one, I think. I don't know if there's any other ones with that one. Santa. Yeah, it's been a few years, so I've missed out on I have fry egg. I've missed out on a few of the event ones. This is dangerous water. I know, streak. I know. In-game event. I just want to see if they did any other like outfits for Christmas. Oh, Little Ladies Day. This one's cute. It's actually pretty cute. Is it an emo? It's an emote though. The outfit was cute though. That's cute too, but it depends on how that one dies. Actually, could be kind of. Ugh. I was here for this one though. I was here for that one though. Shit. Okay, wait. I feel like I can have something fair. If I hit partner in 2026, I will buy a sub to Final Fantasy for 3 months. I think that's fair. If I can hit partner, I deserve a little Final Fantasy. I think that's fair. No pants, as if I had any. Listen, we had pants yesterday, and I didn't want to wear pants today. They're also in the wash because I don't have a lot of pants. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair trade-off. If I can get partner, I can go back to Final Fantasy for a little bit. I think that's fair. Also, welcome in Dataless. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Ugh, I played Final Fantasy for so long. I cry. Okay. What am I thinking? Ooh, we need to edit the next video. It's been a day. I understand. Even without the sub, I hope you get partner. Thank you, Streak. That means a lot to me. I appreciate you, homie. I appreciate you. I'm sorry that it's been a day though, Dayless. I hope that the rest of your day can go nice and well and comfy and cozy. Sorry, hold on. I have a burp coming. I think. It's more like a hiccup? I don't know. Yeah, a hiccup. Okay. Video editing. Drain an anagon. Okay. Let's. I think I want ad track. Let's start with the one where they're sitting on the chair. This one. Wait, I want the more simple one. This one. Boop. Link clips. This one. Crop top 78. Is it 78? Really? Yeah, apparently. 840. Okay. It's settled down. Okay. And then I need the name. To not be Art of Gabby. I need to be this one. Okay, and then I'm gonna do it. How fast can words be read? How many words can be read a second? I think it's like 6. It's 6. Okay, so every 3. Okay, no, that makes sense. Do every 3 then. I keep living in a captive. See, how big should my subtitles be on TikTok in shorts, in short form content? For short form content, subtitles around 22. There's like a guide for it. That's pretty big. So yeah, I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. Mortals beware. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Around. I think I'm gonna scoot my VTuber up just a little bit. I feel like I'm a little short. There you go. Okay, maybe not. Maybe like there. I'm hungry. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get a snack, and by a snack I mean a little bit more of the smoothie that I had earlier. So I will be right back. Alrighty. Then them exclamation point. You may never meet a sillier. I want a silly. This one's pretty silly. See, most of the talking happens. Let's doop. Boop, boop, boop. Actually, I guess we can make it not so big, actually. As long as, like, they're in that corner, I think it's okay. Oh, link clips. Okay, Duran is an amazing artist. Then we do this one. I wanted you. Welcome back. Thank you. I appreciate it. You don't deserve me. I do it like this, I think. I want to do something. Fake TikTok UI PNG. Figma TikTok UI mockup fully customizable. Interesting. I don't want to log in. I just want an image of it that's transparent. Colors transparent because it's hard. It's hard for me to guess. Well, I know that this overlay kind of thing like helps. It's still like, well, how much does it block though? Save images as resources. This one. So I'm curious. Add track. Video editing resources. What do how do scary. Okay, cool. That actually helps me a lot. Because sometimes, like, I know that these are the bad spots, but I think, like, this tells me that, like, I could just scoot this over just a little bit. It'll be okay. Yeah. Ha! Why don't I just make one of my own TikTok account, though? I want to do that. Not this one, this one. Sweet lips on my lips. I guess that's what the Figma was for, though, huh? So I wouldn't have to redo everything. Let's do it. Let's. Oh my god. Okay. Maincoow. Continue. Personal project. Personal project. Oh. Oh. Nothing? Street. OBS's? Okay. Hello? That must have been the wind. This is the second time this has happened today. Earlier was something else, but weird. Weird. Okie dokie. Boop. I'll close this for now. File. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on with my stuff. I'm gonna be honest. Kind of screen content edit me. Let's remove that. Thank you for the head pads. Are you done with meeting, Pixels? Cheryl at Younger. I don't know what I want to type here. Can I retype this? How does one do that? I have protein shake. How do I do this? Okie dokie. Maybe something else other than just a shake would be nice. Oh, there we go. Wait, that didn't do anything. Wait, how do I type? How do I type this? Right column actions. Music animation. Ellipse 8. How do I edit this? Assets? No, file. Yeah. That's not what I want to do. This one. Select layer. Ellipse 8. How do I change it though? Okay, wait. I'll fucking select the layer on the left panel called screen. Screen content edit me. I think I deleted that one. To choose the fill image. Oh. But I can't edit the things. I'm very curious, very curious. Oh, no, I can. Boop. Image edit. Oh, there you go. Out of me. Tell. Boop. Yay! And then this one. Image. Do I have an image that looks like a soundtrack? I might. I don't know if I do, but I might. Ooh, what about this one? Opacity. What about rotation? Is it because it's locked? That's not what I want to do. How do I rotate it? Move hand tool? Scale tool? I don't think it's this one. I think it's this one. Alien is confused. Load from computer, this one. Yeah, that one's like upright. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I can see you. Why can't I? Okay, it's gonna bug me though. Oh, it is upside down. Okay, it's fine then. Okay, and now I want this one. Oh, I don't want to export that. I want to. Select font. Same font. Oh. Oh. Do they have Proxima? Okay. Interesting. This one is? Oh, that looks bad though. How do I get new fonts? To use fonts from your computer. Oh. Oh. Okay. Let's go. Can we go back? So I think it'd be funny if we could edit it. text. Oh, but it's not coming up now. What is that? I mean, with a little time and a template, you could be made that you could totally. Yeah, I want to be lazy. I don't really want to I don't really wanna. That makes sense. Because this was like a pre-made template, so I was hoping that I could just use that one, I guess. Interesting. That was an older one. Okay. Downloads page. The easiest thing to do is just to download Figma and to do it that way. Because for some reason, it doesn't want to tell me the fonts. And I don't know if I have Helvetica. Helvetica font. Or if they've found a new font. New font. And then, fun fact. Oops, that's not where I wanted to download that. But that is okay. Where'd it go? This one. I can click all these and then we click install. I'm home and I learned Webster Dictionary word of the year. What is that? I hope it won't disappoint me like the Pantone one. Baby. Log in with browser. Oh, good baby. I want to give you the world. Close that. I can't look at that either. This one? I guess? Daily word slop? Real? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. What did Pantone do? Pantone picked the lamest color. Pantone color of the year. It's white. It's just white. Design with Pantone. Fucking, where is it? Cloud Dancer? It's called Cloud Dancer. It's just white. It's like, oh, look at all these nice colors you can do with it. But, like, the color is just white. It's just this. It's just this. And, like, I get it. It's a very clean aesthetic color, but I just... Like, I like the blue that was even used more in this than the white. Like, isn't technically... Sorry, hold on. Isn't technically white a shade, too? I think these might have been, like, the runners-up. I don't know. I feel like there could have been other colors that would have worked nicer, but it's okay. Not my hamster, not my microwave. Screen, iPhone screen. I wanna think about it. Right column, music. From what I know, grayscale, including blacks and whites, are shades, not colors. That's what I thought. Personally, that is what I thought as well. But, meh, it was Pantone. Again, not my hamster, not my microwave. What's the image that I use? It's this one. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Can I rotate this now? No? Okay. That's fine. This one, this one, this one. Art of me, QRST. Tell this one. And then now we're gonna do the typing stuff. Should hopefully work okay. Footer. On the wall. Okay, cool. Is hamster in the office micro? Is my hamster in the office microwave? It could be. Did you check? Do you have a hamster? Let's do turn on. Turn the lights off by Kato John. And then this one. I have no pants and I must scream. Hashtag pants. Hashtag eat my shorts. And then this one. Maincoow. Okay. Now I want to take this and export. Or can I preview it? PNG, sRGB, detailed. Let's see. Download, save. Oh, it's not transparent. The rest of it is, though, but it's not transparent. Interesting. Is it because I need to move this? Do I need to move this whole thing? Prototypes, alignment. Let me try to export it now. Export screen. It's still like that. Why are you like that? I don't want this one. Copy paste everything. Send. Can I move this out of here? Opacity. Let's make the opacity 0. Maincoow. Could I just do the screen? Yeah. Wait. The baby. Oh, that's fine, actually. Export. But notice my references to a standardized system of ink, although white exists, I suppose. I think white equals the absence of ink. Yeah, you know, that's just honestly how I feel about it, dude. It's kind of like meh. It's kind of like meh. Billy Cute, that's pretty little baby. Okay, we can close these. We can close this guy because we have Figma open. We want that. We want that. We want that. This one? We want this. We want this. Option. Okay, that's what we want. Oh. iPhone screen component. Can I crop this? I used to work in. Whoa, really, Bad Tooth? That's fucking cool. I am honored to make your fucking. I'm honored. Very cool. Can I merge these? Different. Why can't I move these? Paste to copy as, move to page. Group selection. Oh, wait, could I just frame this selection? Frame selection. This one? Very confused because I would just like... I would like this, but like cropped. Well, I could just do this in here. I'm a goober. Why can't I free transform this? Why can't I just... Fuck, motherfucker, this is gonna piss me off. I'd rather just export it from here because it'd be cleaner. Rock your body. Could I put this up in here? Why can't I? Prototype. Okay. I'm just gonna edit it in Affinity then. Boop, boop, boop. Yep, it was a book printing company. Fun stuff. We printed everything from textbook to track. Ooh. Was there a favorite type of book that you would print, or did you just like all of it? Did you just like the process, or did you like any of it? There's a possibility you could have just like none of it, to be fair. I wanna rock right now. I wanna rock right now. I wanna rock right now. I can't see anything. I wanna rock your body. Boop. Music can rock your body. File new. Nope, file new from clipboard. Are you telling me this isn't... What the fuck do you mean this isn't the same? What do you mean? Mr. Krabs, start digging in your butthole. You son of a bitch. It's not the same. Okay, I don't really care anymore. I've gone through a little too much effort for nothing, in my opinion, so that's okay. Okay, anywho. Let's do lime. I've never really used lime. There was other who had great books. North Atlantic books were pretty good. That's cool. Well, hey, I guess to self-promo my chat, we have Kiwi Goblin Books who writes. So who knows? Maybe they can get advice from you for who to get their book printed by. Change track color. Goodness gracious. Save. Template. I want all the templates. Add track. Paste. Change color. Lime. Change color. Lime. No. Shrink and shrink. I'll do it in here as well. Delete empty track. Oops. Delete track. Save. Make these shorter, because I can. Delete track. Boop. Boop. Delete track. And then change color. Ooh. Change track color to lime. I wish when you change it to a bright color, the text would change to a darker, but that's okay. And track. Boop. Oh, fuck. I forget something. That's alright. I can fix it later. Delete track. Lime. Change track color to lime save. There are publishers called Human Kinetic that have 944 page book called Lore of Running. Interesting. That's cool. Yeah, no, it's hard to leave you when I get you. Schwap. Change track color to lime. Change track color to lime. He loves me tight and lets me go. He holds me tight and he loves me. Delete track. Move away now. Make it harder than most. This one. I don't run unless I have to. Who would read almost a hey, athletes maybe? Athletes who are into all that? Is the athletes doing it? Oh, we shouldn't do this. We already been through this with you. Yeah. Oh, it's on the leave. I certainly wouldn't. I can't run. I don't know how to run. I learned that, like, I don't know how to properly walk, and I also don't know how to properly run. So your guess is as good as mine, to be honest. All right, now we can go back to Drain's video. No, it's hard to leave you when I get you. Okay, we're gonna go. Sounds like a sports medicine book. A sports medicine book. Let's do 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Like their reference sheet. Seems like you need a 900-page book on. Yep, just shut the fuck up. What happened? Weren't you gonna get a snack or something? You fucking bunhole. Don't you have cleaning to do? You fucking in here fucking bashing me. You fucking. Oh shit, yeah, that. Coming in here, coming at me like I fucking the dodo shit. Fucking. Like their reference sheets, honestly. Best goober I've ever seen. Want to see a new way to edit? Yeah, I may not do it, but I'd love to see it. Retain. This is, yeah, okay, so let's do. Wait, I want to zoom in on it because I like the face. Oh, maybe not, never mind. Boop. 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 I don't know if that'll be too fast. Ooh, it's too fast. Okay. Do it here. Let's change speed to 200 and then re-expand it and then do it that way. Are they not talking this? Oop. I'm snacking on peppermints while I wait for dinner. Yum. And the about overs. Oh, sent it in Discord. Okay. I'm gonna look at. Oh, kiwi. I regret saying yes. I think I've seen this too. I can't understand this. My brain, that broke my brain. I like stared at it like a fucking little baby staring at food. Like what? Boop boop boop. Deer in headlights, very much so. Very much so. Violent pornography. Chicken chicks inside of me. Okay, right here. 1, 2, 3. I like that the audio was just PowerPoint. Yup. Well, I thought the audio had the audio had audio, I thought. Audio had audio. Time. Okay, I'm gonna do that. And then let's do. I don't know if they've made a TikTok on any of these other ones. Let's do this one. It was saying PowerPoint. Oh, is it? Was it really? I'm not hearing the word PowerPoint. I'm gonna be honest. I'm hearing the word abwise. Yeah, I feel like I'm hearing a very different audio. I don't really know. It was reminding me of those TikToks where it's like, what's it called? Where it's kind of like, what are they called? Like, where is my aunt? The fucking, hold on, I'll look it up. Hold on. Where is my ancestor? Maybe it's like the black, maybe. Edit. It's like this. Oh my god, we got fucking goddamn it! I fucking clicked on a random one. I got a fucking One Piece. One Piece edit. One Piece edit. Kiwi. God damn it. I have been. I went to Fred Meyer the other day and I saw fucking One Piece Lego. And I'm not gonna lie, I almost bought it. It was a small one though. It was like a really small one. It had the main cast. Oh my god! They got Buggy. They're so cute. I know this one! This is with the shark people. Yeah, this is Battle at Arlong Park. I know this one. I don't think it was this one though that I saw. Was it this one? No, it wasn't this one. There was a Lego set. I don't know which one it was. It wasn't the one with the shit. It was like a really small one. I don't know which one it was, but it had like Luffy and Nami and I think Zoro in it. You know I love to get my love. Lego One Piece. I want to know now which one it was. This one's are based off the movie? I don't think it was one based off of the movie. I have a Lego Luffy and Chopper minifig I got from one. That's cute. I would want this one, I'm not gonna lie. If I had one, I'd want the one with the with the Going Merry. I miss watching One Piece already. Y'all fuck me up. I miss watching One Piece. I don't know which one the one they had at Fred Meyer. I really don't think if it was a ship, I probably would have bought it. I'm gonna be honest. Oh no, I don't know. Should I just go home? Let go, Fred Meyer. It wasn't the ship. It couldn't have been the ship. Was I that overstimulated and ooped that I let the ship go? I would have bought the ship if I was a ship though. No, because that's $139. It was a tiny toy one. It was like a kid's toy one. Oh no, it was Battle at Arlong Park. It was Battle at Arlong Park. I think it was Battle at Arlong Park. No, it was real Lego. It was real Lego. I remember because in the corner of the Arlong Park one, it showed the characters it had, and I saw Luffy and Nami. Like, it was in that corner, like that. There's the Battle at Arlong Park. Yeah. I think it was. Because I remember seeing them in the bottom corner and being like, oh, look, it's them. But I don't think I ever thought about anything past that. Other than it was just like, it's One Piece. It was bad with spoilers. It's okay. I'm not really looking. It's okay. My brain is only processing what I want to process. For itching for maybe even more of Dran's content. Let's do this one, this one. If you ever want to watch One Piece on your own, I'll give you permission as long as you give us a recap with your reaction. I mean, I would appreciate that, honestly, because, like, sometimes I just kind of, I've been thinking about it, like, sometimes I just kind of want to watch 1, 2, 3. I just kind of want to watch One Piece. But, like, I don't want to watch it without you guys, so. Especially, I think I should especially do that if you're like, hey, for the next little bit, this is, like, filler. So if you want to watch the filler kind of thing, I think that would be good. Let's do this one. You scream again. I think I could go here, actually. Boop. Damn, that's like 600 episodes, though. Right now would be a perfect time if you wanted to make reaction content for it. I ain't, hold on, Kiwi. I'm not that advanced. I just watch it for the joy of watching it, if I'm honest with you. I don't know. I feel like, I'm better with, like, reactions if I'm watching it with people, but if I'm by myself, I'm very quiet. I just kind of, like, watch it and enjoy it as it is. As it comes to me. I'm gonna zoom this in a little bit. Scoot it over a little bit. It seems like black hole sun, won't you come? 1, 2, 3. Won't you come? Won't you come? Categories. Okay, I can accept that. Book talk is getting me invested in OP. In One Piece, you mean? Being quietly while working on Sims 4 stuff. How is The Sims? I hope The Sims is good. That's okay. Just send a Discord message like, Luffy did what? He's such a dummy. Okay, fair, I guess. I'll probably DM you when something like goes whoa. But I don't know. I like watching it in chat, but yeah, we'll see. We shall definitely see, because I do want to watch more of it. I do want to watch more of it. I'm not fucking anything up. This part. 1, 2, 3. Just creating silly link clips. Just feeling with this and that. Understandable. Hope it's fun nonetheless. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna do this point. And then this one, this one. Oh, sun, won't you come and wash away the pain? 1, 2, 3. Like here, I think. Like clips. Kind of want to put that one there. Well, Pixels, this is the time to get lost in a game. Elaine has joined the cult of One Piece. Fair. I mean, we have family coming over, so they have plenty of stuff to do. Or we have family coming over, so we have time. We got time. We got time. It's a lot of times like in the morning when I'm eating like breakfast before stream, and then sometimes at night before I go to bed I'm like doing something on my computer, and it'd be nice to watch something. 1, 2, 3. I did that one. I did that one. I da 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 da. Boop boop. Boop 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 boop. Remember me. Taking a brief break while making some chicken nuggies and tater tots. Yum. I hope they are delicioso. Boop 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 boop. Okay, delete track. Oh shit. Got a video queued up to watch while eating nonetheless. Then back to Sims 4 stuff. Well, I hope that's a lot of fun. Then them. I think I want to add track, and then I'm gonna do this one. Right, and then we'll do sound effects. I'll move that later. Vine boom. I think 1 or 2 episodes here and there would be a good way to enjoy it, especially if life comes up. And you can always be like, this is how many episodes I watched this week. We'll be watching the next episode. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay, that is so fucking loud in my ears. Dren is an amazing artist who makes such graceful art. And then where to go? Why don't you copy with it, bud? And then, actually, I want to do this one next. Apply take this. Give me... And then one more on this one. Oh. Oops. Oh, wait, there we go. Cool, it worked. Oops. Hold on, it's like... Oh. Fades out here, so then I should do it here, huh? 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 Okay, so should I do that there then? Okay, so maybe here and... Dang it, here instead? It's still so fast. Can I make the speed longer? If I did it like this. I think that's okay, I guess. Oh wait, I think I did it wrong. I think this has to be, oops. This would be above, right? Nope. What if I lowered it, slowed it even more? Why isn't it audio transitions crossfade -3? I feel like that didn't work. Okay, so maybe make it faster instead. Let's do a video transition pop wobble maybe. Yeah, it's not so bad. So if that's the case, this guy has to be just as long as this guy. And then we do boop boop. And then we copy this. Put it here, scoot it over, do it like this. And then we do it one more time over here. Oops, not there. Upstairs. Oop, oop, oop. Oopsie boopsies. Oops. Oh my goodness. No, go to the different one. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Copy, paste. Okay, and then I want to do one more, which is this one, this one, this one, apply. This one goes here. We can remove this. We do it like this. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. I might save the live action for later. Delete track, save. Let's look up. Oh, did I did. You guys gotta go here. And we can remove you from at least season 1. Fair. Fair. Oh, right. No, I do need this. And then we go to video editing resources. Let's go to. And then go to here. I'm going to look up the word seal. Actually, let's do wizard. Robert. Robert? Nope. Robert, I don't like the shaved seal, Robert. Robert, it bothers me, Robert. It's staring at me weird, Robert. Fair. I like it, though. It's like a new little baby. Is this? Yes, it is. Okay. It's a ball sack that barks. Hey, be nice to my Oshi. Save. Sorry, you guys had to hear that. I just realized you guys had to hear that. Sorry. Wear your pants. Hi, Orwell. I don't know. Where are your pants? Where are your pants? That's a real question. Where are your pants? Why are we worrying about my pants? It's always, where are your pants? What happened to your pants? Never, how are your pants? It's kind of relaxing. Okay, well, I'm glad you liked it. Trick question, I'm wearing a kilt? Damn. Damn. Okay. Let me do this. So they fuck it up. I think Pixels got himself a snack, and I think he didn't get me a snack. I think it's a little fucked up, to be honest, because he said he was going to get me a snack, but then he didn't get me a snack. It's just crazy. I'm whispering, so he doesn't notice. Okay, this one is done now. I put this one here. Now I can do vibe and shine. How are your pants? Good. I got a new pair of pants. Pajama pants on Sunday. They're very nice. They're very comfortable. Okay. I'm trying to decide if I want to do 1 or 2 videos tomorrow. Well, tomorrow we have our, what the fuck is it called? We have our collab tomorrow at 6:30 instead of 2 p.m. Instead of 2. I don't need a reminder for this. Did I put a reminder for this? What is this? What is this? What do you mean you clipped me? Okay. Fair. Okay, everything pending. What do you mean? What do you mean? It needs to... Oh, no, it already did it. Okay, thank God. I was worried about that. Private, public, publish. Private, public, publish. There we go. Now we're all caught up on that. Which makes me happy. And if you feel like a room without a roof. Let's listen to that song. Isn't it just called Happy? Yeah, there it is. Okay, I'm not gonna skip the song for it. I will be right back though, because I have to go use the restroom. So I'll be right back. Alright, I was thinking about something. Harvey there. Collab. And time does not repeat. It is not all day. It is going to be at 6:30 to 9:36, 7, 8, 9. Yes, latest. If you feel like you're gonna do, if you feel like I'm without a roof, oh. Feel like happiness is you. Happy I belong if you feel that happiness is to you. Happy I belong if you feel like everybody wanna do. Oh, yeah, let's see this one. Alright, let's add subtitle track. Happy I belong if you feel like a room without a roof. Happiness is the truth. Christmas. Happiness is the truth. This cow. A wee snack. Oh, the wide. Oop. Wide. Oops. Wide. Ta. Service. Oh, mama. Oh, mama, love. Done. It's not so silly. I feel like this audio is so quiet, but I don't know if it's just me or not. No, I think it actually is the audio. Okay. Boop. Audio, let's make it. What the fuck? Okay, cool. And our lifetime. Be better. Cool. Save. Now let me do the next thing. Oh, I already did it. What the fuck? I'm so cool. Okay, so, and then all I gotta do is video editing. Yeah. And then after this, we'll maybe play some blueprints, and then we'll end off with some art, I think is my plan. Yeah. I like this plan, because I do want to try to make a vertical stream schedule just to see how it feels. Oh, no, I didn't. I'm a liar. I'm a liar. Clip operations. I forgot to check my VGen, because I need to answer someone. Who else is streaming? Shy streaming. Shy is streaming. Andrea is streaming. Perfect, perfect. Boo 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 boo. Not that. My requests. Boop. Save. Save. Okay. Hi. Oh, Shay's got a new model. That's cool. Take me to the beach. Video editing, Vibe and Shine. Let's do this one. Whoa, not that one. Clip operations, replace this one with this one. Oops. And then clip operations. This one. And then clip operations. This one. It is cold enough. And then now we can do the videos, which is this one. And clips. This one, this one, this one. Cropping, crop 78. 78, 131. And then this one, this one, this one. Then clips, this one. Same, 78, 31. I think I might remove this part. And then with my symptoms, it faded again and again. I love her. I love. There you go. Love her. Okay. I am alone. Go home, tell me why. Okay, and then this one. That crop top. Oops. 78, 131. Okay, save. And then we just gotta replace the usernames in here. I don't have them. Just because they're in here. General science, and then this one. I go here, go here, 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 here. And then last one, Gems of Science. Save. Okay. And then the empty track, save. This one, snap captions. Bin. Current text, this one. To default, create. So remember, be you, be goober, and be better. And then default, advanced, we unselect all these. Create captions. Save. Close. Now, this guy's done. Oh, I have the wrong. Whoops. Now he can go there, and then these two. Yeah. These should be pretty easy. And I already, yep. Okay, I think we're good. We are good on editing for today, chat. Let's actually do, I need to do one thing. I need to start doing something for Enshrined really quick, so. What is this for? It's for the animatic. Cover 2, 3, 4. What is this? Yeah, okay. Finish animatic sequences. Shots. Trailer. These are trailer shots. Okay. Boot Traveler art, which is okay, that's fine. And then right, is that all I'm crafting? Tables, design docs, dice, invoices. Oh wait, we have more? Oh shit. What is this one? Oh, okay. That was okay. Trailer files? Ooh, there's so much more I have to organize. Okie dokie. This means Elaine needs a pure ref, a new pure ref. Open recent save, new scene. Okay, there we go. And we're gonna call this the Enshrined Organization System because I want to at least get the ball rolling in my head about this, and then we'll play some blueprints, I think is my plan. Let's use the big fancy one. This one. Oh, it's locked. Boop. Oh, Jesus Christ, how big is that image? Okay, there you go. Okay. To just walk away. Okay, so our main categories of folders. Note. Will redo. Okay. It will be creatives. Or we'll just do art. I have an art folder. And then we'll have I guess we can do some marketing. Okay, marketing, art, current and design documents. Design documents. Invoices, manufacturing assets. Okay. We can keep that manufacturing assets. Marketing, music. Okay, I think this will be our longest one. So we're gonna base everything around this one. We have design, documents. Marketing. Oops. Hello there. Hello, Mark. Welcome on in. How you doing? Marketing, music. Yes, and that... Yes, that will be that. I'm good listening to music, mashup, remixes, so yeah, chillin'. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hi. Hi, Pancake. How you doing? Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day as well. How's it going? Are you excited for tomorrow? Let's see. Let's do design documents, art, marketing, manufacturing, and then music, because I feel like music is completely separate. We could split it between 2D art and 3D art, which I think might be better. So like 2D art, 3D art. No, I think it should just be art. And then, yeah, because I think this will go by broader categories first, which I think will be better. What's in this one? This is where studio resources are. This is gonna go back into marketing. Okay. Let's start with, what is this one? Crafting tables? Whoa! These are cool. Ooh. I think this was for the game. That's cool. Don't know where that's gonna go yet. The dice are the dice. So the dice will go... I don't know where the dice will go just yet. Marketing. Okay, media kits. This is hard to decide how I want to do this. All creatives, based statistics. These are going to be for marketing purposes. So I can feel you all around me. How I'm feeling. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Make this 4.5. And then we're gonna call this resource. I guess we'll call this creatives, and this will be specifically for things that are created specifically for marketing, like the Facebook ads and stuff. And then we will have like short form content. Okay, let's make this 10 and then 10. Okay. Okay, so then we have short form content, and then we have short form content, long form content. Would be next. Long form content. And then we can have one for statistics. And then maybe one more for what do you call it? One more for fucking the media kit, I think. Press kit media kit. Nope, not that one. Music marketing. Dinner's already BRB, no problem. Kickstarter asset association media kit is the media kit. Media kit. And then in marketing, we can also do Kickstarter. I think marketing should have Kickstarter as well. Because I feel like they go hand in hand. Okay. So those will be all the subfolders for marketing and then art. All creatives. This is for marketing. I gotta stop looking at that one. Okay, then we can have the blue traveler art. There's a blue traveler tails. And we'll go into Katarina's folder. We have... Oh, shit. Okay. Shit. I think logo would go in here. Logo. Hold on, I gotta split my screen in half. Okay, so all in one. I think this could be like this. Okay, so dice bag, dice box. This is like merchandise. Collected PhDs as well. You're not actually considered. Oops. Shrine logos. I like having environments. Environments make sense. So let's keep. Let's do environments. And then we can have resources. That one makes sense. I think I'll just put this one here for now. Environments, resources. This one. Clover. Characters, creatures. Character, creatures. Character. Creatures. And then like items. Stickers, playtest, gods. Gods is another one. I think gods and characters are kind of same, but we're gonna keep them separate. Player and manual illustration stickers. I think stickers could be its own thing, maybe. Stickers. Book cover environments. What about SAP? What is that? Book cover environment, character fight scene stickers. No, I meant stacks. Whoops. BT series, creatures. Pins, stickers, pins, models. We could do it like, I think we could do like, okay. Marketing illustrations. Okay, so we could have. Okay, so we do it like this. We're gonna make the background of all of these red. These are the next level of them. Curious if I could access. I probably can't. That's okay. And then So let's focus on the art one then. So art, we want to have should be 2 squares per. So let's just okay, the center of it is right here. Okay. And all of these should be by 2. Okay. And then these guys can go here. Can go here, and they can't be a little bit shorter. No, they can't. Okay, cool. Let's make this. Can I make this 18? Yeah. About 20. Nope. 18 it is. Okay, cool. And then I want these guys to be up 1. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, and then we will make this 14. Nope. 12. Boop. Okay, no, it was better when it was just the other way. Okay, cool. Boop. Why are you not working in the way I need you to work? There we go. There you go. Okay. It's like a little off. Okay, this would be by 3. Okay. So we have resources. And then we're just going to move these down for now so I can just focus on this guy. Okay. And then we'll have, split this in half. We're going to have like that. Come on. Okay, so this is going to be brushes. Okay, so we're gonna do. Is that gonna bug the shit out of me? Probably. Wait, what? I'm confused. Alright. Hi, Star. How are you? Welcome on in. Hope you are well. Okay, so brushes and then textures. What else do we want? Textures, programs. Doing a lot better. Ended up getting sick late yesterday. Oh no, I'm sorry that you're sick. Everybody getting sick though. But I hope you're feeling better. Brushes, programs, textures. What other resources? color palettes, I guess. If we're using like specific color palettes, that would be good. And then let's make this guy. Let's go from orange. Let's go to orange. Oops. Let's go to this one. Go to orange. And then these ones will be yellow. Okay. So now we have that for resources. Let's do blue traveler tails next. Blue traveler tails. And then this would be like... Okay, so how do we BTT art? Blue traveler. I would rather be like tail... name of story. Or I guess BTT number and then the name of the story. And then we do yes. And then the naming conventions of this is BTT name of story underscore and then like 1 or whatever. Yeah, and I think that's the only... There's the pre-note. If that's the case, then we will have this one be BTT 0 underscore pre-note. And then within it, we'd have to have it again. This would be BTT 0 underscore pre-note underscore sister. Just for the ease of things, pre-note underscore sister grail. I think would be the best. And then that's going to be a 10. Okay. And then as much as I like the font that I like to use, I need to use a different font because this is a work thing. So let's use... I want one that has good distinctions between each. Yes. Fonts with good legibility between O and 0. Verdana. Do I have Verdana on this computer? I don't think I do. Verdana, I do. Okay, cool. You would fuck this up, though. Oh, that's gonna bug the shit out of me. Just gonna do... Nope, that's gonna bug me. 2. That's 2. 1. There you go. Okay. That one. I'll just leave that one longer. Okay. No, that's gonna bug the shit out of me. Ugh. 2. 1, 2. There we go. There. And then this is over 2. Okay. Okay. Nope, that's not gonna work. That's not what I want. I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4, 6, 7, 8. I don't know. I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're just gonna do it by 4, I think. So I like that more. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. And then because I'm lazy and I don't really want to resize these again, I'm just going to do it like this. There. Okay. Okie dokie. You can stay there for now. All right. And then Blue Traveler and then BTT number name of stories. BTT number name of stories. So like, this is an example. Cries internally and externally. Crap. Alright, that's fine. Let's do it like this. Okay. So I think this is, yeah, this is the first one we have of this. So let's go to the color and we're going to make it green. Okay, and then resources, brushes, programs, color palettes. Okay, I think that's mostly good. Oops. And then I want this to have a kind of similar of its number, name of story. Oops. Oh. Name of story. And then like a number. So BTT0 priest, sister grail. Is it PNG, BTT0 PNG? Okay. And then or modifier, I guess. Or modifier, name of story underscore whip. Yeah, I think that's the plan of like, we'll have the name of the story. It's a whip or it's, like final. Do we do blood for the blood god here? We do blood for the blood god here. How's it going? I don't know how to say your name, but welcome on in. We do blood for the blood god here. Kind of a bit more of a Nurgle Slanesh fan, but blood for the blood. I mean, we can listen to it. Hold on. I feel like it would be wrong of me not to say that like 5 times and not play the song that I like for that. Call me Dig. My dad is Mr. Dig, and he's kind of sexy. Fair. Well, welcome on in. I think it's this one. Turn the music a little bit. I think. Yes, it's this one. And then I gotta turn it down a little bit. Okay, there we go. But welcome on in, Dig. I appreciate you coming in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm just kind of organizing some stuff for work. Name of story, right? BTT number and the name of story, yes. Programs, color palettes. Okay, so Blue Traveler Tales is done. Next, what's next? Let's do stickers next, I guess, because I guess we could do, yeah, no, I think we should keep these all separate. So, or do you make D&D campaigns? No, I'm currently the marketing lead for a Dungeons and Dragons module, which you can check out today. Oh, I have to change this. The Kickstarter's closed already. Boop. I forgot. Let me do that. If you want to check it out, you definitely should. I work for them. It's really cool. Where is it? Where is it? I forgot where I put my commands. Enshrine. There you go. Off. There you go. Actually, let me change it. It's not a game, technically. Paste. Like mythic or eldritch gods, dungeons, and dragons. Check out. I can't type. Check out enshrined. VTTRPG module. Okay. I forgot the Discord. Eldritch gods and dragons. Boop. Save. Okay. I'm not gonna spam chat with that anymore because it's annoying. All right, so we do stickers. Let's do stickers, pins, environments, Katarina. Katarina has quite a few of the stickers. God stickers, tune stickers, what we call them. So let's do it like this. So we have gods, tune. It'd be better if we had like more specific naming for these things, but it's okay for now. Cartoon creature. Creature stickers was we called them. Cartoon. And then Zach had stickers as well. Nope, just pins. Okay. All you need. And then this one, this one. And then we do here's God's number, I think. Name in the number? Cards, dice by God, mark, builder, all in one cover art book. Maps, stickers, here we go. God stickers, all dual thin, God stickers, PSB. The naming convention should be brushes, stickers. This should be pre-note. So it should be naming equals for caps number. Yes. What are types of naming conventions? I need, it is flat case. Flat case. Flat case. And then the naming convention of this one is going to be alpha case number, flat case. Square alpha case. I think I made it transparent to my mouse. What the fuck? Background is like kind of. Nani? Nani? Alright, there you go. Okay. How did I change the opacity canvas? Great. What the fuck? Yeah, location cache on disk. Appearance. There you go. Alpha caps. Or it's alpha case, Pascal case. I suppose you could do Pascal case be better. There's not one. It's Cobalt case. Is it Cobalt case? Screaming Snake upper flat case? I think it's upper flat case. That's what I'd call it actually. Upper flat case. Yeah. So it's upper flat case and then upper flat case. Simple-minded fool. So I'm just gonna put this over here for now. So this would be God stickers number. So wait for the green. It's upper flat case. So it'd be God. Oh, gods underscore. All dual thing. So it'd be like that. Stickers. No. Nope. Yeah, it'd be like that. Wearing the... So it'd be uppercase, sticker. Okay, wait. Okay. So I think it would be it's gory number category flat case. Name of story. I think for the VTT stuff. Category gods. Maybe that is for the best. I'll go final. Let's do this one. Oops. And then we put this one here. And then I'm just gonna make this a solid color. Maybe not. I think I need a Google Doc. Drive. New document. I think I'm be better. Okay, so we have I'm gonna call this enshrined naming conventions. We have art. The structure is going to be folder. This should be bulleted. Folder. And then, or like category. Project. And then files. Yeah. I really want to know if I have access to my old mural board or not, because that would have been so helpful. Hold on. Mural board. I don't remember. I might have. So unfortunate that I can't access those. That's okay though. I can make it myself again. It's not a big deal. So I wonder, that's not a new question. I wouldn't happen to have access to that Notion, would I? Continue. It's loading. I don't think I can. Okay. So, art. And then. So, art is the main category. And then we'd have resources, blue traveler tales, stickers. Fuck off. I do. No. Fuck, okay, hold on. That's unfortunate. Okay, that's okay. Boop. Sorry, I was absorbed in the idea that I could find a thing that I was looking for, but that is okay. Hashtag name of story. So it's a file, name of story. Yeah, no. Project subfolder files. Yes. Yeah, because it's got to go from red to orange. I don't like these oranges. Orange. Oh. Orange. Red. Orange. Yellow. Green. Okay, cool. And then, so that's fine. And then subfolder. And then name of story. And then, for example, this one would be BTT number, name of story, score number, or modify, classification, I guess. Example, BTT1 underscore, eating butthole underscore 1, or BTT1 eating butthole whip. Yeah. Yeah. And then we'll do it like this, where it's going backwards. Whoa. And then this is going to be purple. And then this will be blue. This one, oops, one. Get over me. Yeah, story, and then the classification is this blue. And then 1 would be a classification. Whip would be a classification. And then this would be purple. And this would be purple. And I need the normal text to be like, not this. Okay. Oops, wrong one. I want the highlighter color. This one. Okay. BTT1 eating. Purple. Okay. And then like stickers, for example. Actually. Which ones are you missing? Which one are you missing? Santa? Stickers. God pack. Right? No, this one would be God pack. No, it'd be stickers. Sticker packs. SP underscore gods. Right? Sticker packs. Coco San. Oh no, you're missing Krampus. No, you have Krampus. Wait, what the fuck? So Young. Krampus, Pitter Pat, Choco Kiss, BLT more. Oh, you don't have Beezy. You don't have Beezy. Damn. I believe, Kiwi. I believe you'll get Beezy in no time. Okay, so name of the BTT, name of story, SP. I guess it would be SP number, sticker pack 1 gods. And then it would be SP1 gods underscore Aldulthun. God name. God's name of story, classification. BTT God. Name of story, classification, God name, God. Ident. SP gods. What are you working on? I'm working on the naming conventions for how we're organizing the files of Enshrine. I've seen plenty of bees. I might get them. I believe in you. But yeah, I'm working on the naming conventions for Enshrine because I have to organize them. Name of story and then classification. So I know it's like something and then classification. So this one, if I hold on, just copy this. So this would be SP, and then this would be gods, and then classification. So then, for example, it would be gods, and then Aldulthun. You could name them like Rick names his files? No. Rick? Who's Rick? And also, I don't trust Rick. I don't trust Rick. Rick sounds like not a very good man. I don't trust him. Unless he has a good plan, then maybe. From Rick and Morty. I don't know. How does Rick name his? Just like butt blasters? Are you talking about from the episode or brain blasters? I can't remember the name of the names. Or Aldulthun 1. Yeah. All fires are booger aids? I don't trust Rick. This is why we didn't trust Rick. Sticker packs. Yeah, and so this is how it would work for each of them. This would also work for pins and stuff, I think, as well. Yeah. Why is this like this? McDonald's in the Pentagon. Yeah. McDonald's in the Pentagon. Close. I'll close group for now. We're gonna go back here. You gonna just be this like this? Okay. I'm just gonna do it like this. Yeah, should be like this. Okay, so God's 1, and then let's do resources would be the same, where it's kind of like brushes, textures, programs. What else did I say? Color palettes. Oh, by the way, I saw an update for YG that you can curse in the first minutes of videos now. Cool. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I really cared all that much. I think I did it anyway. I probably did it anyway, if I'm honest, Kiwi. McDonald's in the Pentagon, Donald's in the Pentagon. Poppins? Oh, this is not Poppins. Poppins. Bold. Bold. Actually, let's do it like this. Let's do Poppins. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Stop. Oh my god. How do you do this? How do you pick the... Oh. Actually... Bold. Poppins. Semi-bold. Medium. And then normal. Poppins. Yeah. Super affect you to begin with? Fair. Fair. That's fair. It's bold. These all have to be Poppins. Making them Poppins now. Oh, wait. This could be... Hold on. Heading 1. Apply. Nope. Update. Heading 2. Update. Heading 3. Update. And then... So, heading 4. Update to match. And now you are heading 1. Nope. Yes, you are. And then this is heading 2. You are heading 2. You are heading 2. And then you are heading 2. But I don't know what you are. Let me get... I should get all the preliminary stuff done. Do this down here. Okay. Design documents. Marketing. Manufacturing assets. Music. Yeah, I think those are all of our... And then these guys are headings. And marketing's got... Creatives. Kickstarter. Media kit. Logo. Statistics. Short form content, long form. Thank you for the head pats and the wellness check. Love you, Rainer. Okay. And then this one has not resources. Environments, characters, gods, items, creatures. I think that's it for now. Whichever stickers, resources. Yeah, okay. Save. Naming stuff. Okay. And now we can go back here, and now we can split this here. I'm gonna put that one over there instead. Okay. So now we have category, project, subject, folder, brushes, textures, programs. These are all headings. Is everything stored as files, or does the team share everything in something like Google Drive? We have everything in Google Drive. So it's in like a Google workspace. So it's technically all owned by my boss. And then we've got, and then I'm organizing it all. If that makes sense at all. I don't know if it does. Ooh. That's not. This is heading 2. Okay, there we go. Subfolder. Okay. Yeah. And then you are a heading Wait. No, you are a subfolder. I think I'm gonna not have these because they're gonna have a lot of information on them, so I don't really want to give them color. But I do still want to mark this as update heading to match that one. Are you going to as far as linking files together? I will have to go back in and like rename all of these. Like rename all the folders and everything, but I don't think I have to link stuff together for now, at the least. Right now, it's just organizing and making sure everything's spelled correctly. Sticker packs, characters, environments, pins. Oh gosh, okay. This is gonna take me the longest. Art book. Yes, art book's gonna be its own thing. Builder, cards, dice bag, dice box, GM screen, God mark, test materials. Maybe you could probably make a master docker sheet with links to each what. That's what this is for. That's what our asset list is for. But I've had plenty of that in my heyday before I started streaming, so I would hopefully like to not do that, but we'll see. Maps, premium, book cover. Oh, premium book cover. I'll probably do book covers, and then we have. But yeah, I made this. I made this list, so they're currently working on it right now. Kickstarter resources. Crads cards. Let's go to Saba stuff. Book cover, character creatures, dice design, dice box. We could just do like a dice folder, and then do the box. Let's see, the design, the box, and the bag logo. Do it like that. God, playtest materials, stickers, book cover, character creatures, fight scene gods, and then what about Zach? Creatures, Kickstarter storyboard, trailers and panels. Okay, and then we need to do one for trailers. Or like animatic. Yeah. And here I am trying to convince my daughter Excel isn't the best format for reference sheets. We moved from Google to Microsoft. It just kind of depends. It depends. Like I've done it through Notion. I've done it through what is that other board called? Assets. There is one that I would say is better than Excel sheets, but I don't remember what it's called. Digital asset management. Websites. Fuck, I don't remember what it was called, but it was really nice. SharePoint, Calamos. What was it called? Is it a SharePoint asset library? Asset library programs. The base format isn't great because of all the tabs and everything. It takes a second to load us by having. That's fair. That's why I'm trying to look for the one that my producer had us use. It's not this one. Let me see if Pixels remember. Do you remember? No, he's gonna think about it and then he's not gonna remember. Because you're using the web version instead of desktop one because it's easier to. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to think of the one that I have. Because I think if you recommend this one to your boss, he'll like it a lot more because it's on the web, and it's got a really good workflow to it. It took me a little bit to get around to it, but that's just because I liked what I was doing. Binder. So it wasn't Binder. Canto? Was it Canto? No. Elementary websites. Kit Bash, Polyhaven, Quixel. Switching Farley, it's above his head. That's fair. But who knows? Maybe they want a better option. I don't know. I don't know if it's free or not, to be fair. Agora, Godot, Superhive, Sketchfab. No. What am I looking for? What the fuck is it called? It's a SharePoint library. Create an organization. Like Trello and Excel sheet one. Airtable. Holy shit, it's Airtable. Check this out, Kiwi. This one's actually really nice. I'll put it in chat. But it's one where you can, like, maybe I should use this one for our thing. Ooh, fuck. Files I want to change for change are for our team. I think they'd work better in OneNote, but I don't want to make a mock-up and get sidelined again. Might check that out for my own stuff. Yeah, vocal stem. You got it, Orwell. Also welcome.
I love stealing. I love taking things.
I like chocolate, Bill.
I like chocolate.
That would be my big fat ass.
That would be my big fat ass. I don't know if we ever thought about using Airtable. Hold on. My heart. And save. Okay, yeah, fuck off. Fuck off. Let's do Enshrined. TTRPG. Just fuck off, man. No, I need this thing to fuck off. Sure, we'll do this one from scratch. Fuck off, dude. I don't need chat settings. Google Sheets. Actually, I'd be very interested in how it does this. Hold on. Select the, not this one. Ah! Fuck it. Let's just do the free version. Never mind. Or if you just mailed a big piece of paper back and forth. Why would I do that? Why would I do that, my friend? Tell me, what is the purpose of this? Okay, resources, blue travel details, sticker packs, pins, dice, yeah. The Nagla Tower would be in environments. You only need 2 more knocks. Yeah, I think this is a good example. And then this would be like pin pack environment instead of Google Docs. Oh, dude, that would You crazy? Are you crazy? I would go insane because we'd have to be going, because like most of the coworkers, some of the coworkers are in this house. The other coworkers, Italy and Canada. Or well, if I did that, I'd never see that mail again, my guy. Cave, poison, desert scene. Oh, our classification is... No, yeah, that's fine. We can't just do cave. We can't just do cave. Oh, damn, yeah. We'd have to go a very far away environments. Let's try this. Adulthan prison. Excuse me. The Canada. The Canada. Sorry. I didn't mean to burp like that. I'm sorry. Environments, biomes. Because I can figure out this one. This would be P. Sorry. BB gods and stuff. And then, yeah, so the naming convention for this works overall. So it would be... Oh, thank you. I think category, subject folder, files, subfolder, acronym of project, and number, project acronym, number, then underscore. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the... Okay, this is... Okay, no. My brain is understanding. So this needs to be the example. I'm just going to remove this example. And then the category, which would be like art, marketing, fucking design documents, etc. And then the project would be like project and or... Is Airtable the AI one? I think so. I looked it up and I think I take it back. I don't think you should use it. It didn't have AI when I used it. So maybe don't use it, because that shit was pissing me off. Project, folder name, project, resource, blue traveler tales, Kickstarter logo. And then acronym underscore project acronym with the number, with the underscore of the BTT project acronym. Logo, Kickstarter, Blue Travel, Test Kickstarter, resources, etc. And then it would be project acronym. From what I saw on yours, it looks similar to the AI tool that Wix uses, but I don't know if it's generated or just stylized automation called AI. It seemed just like stylized automation, like, hey, how do I make the Airtable categorize this automatically? And then it would just show you how to. I think it's kind of like almost like the documentation. I'd want to see the privacy policy before. That's fair. No, that's very fair. Yeah, no, take what I showed with a grain of salt, because I used Airtable like 3 years ago, so obviously it's changed. So yeah, definitely dig into it a bit more. gods. Project acronym. Name of story. Specification. BTT number underscore name of story. And then for the files, it would be project acronym specification. Oops. Underscore classification. What it? Oh. I feel like I just did some. Oh, my bookmarks bar is gone. Where'd my bookmarks bar go? Where did my bookmark bar go? There you go. Okay. Honestly, it looks like a textilized Notion or Obsidian that's more automated. Automation was the biggest thing of why my producer liked it personally. And then sandbox bag, environment. I think we can just kind of do resources. No, I think. Let's see, God. And this is like a more specific example. Okay. This is the key. I don't think we need these. And then let's go example, and then we'll copy this one. And then we'll do these ones. And then this will become orange. And then these ones we can just have as none. And these can all just be, I think these could all just be normal maybe. Just make it poppins. Normal text poppins. Okay. Actually, maybe not. Example, and then guide, I guess, but I would put this on a new page. Insert break, page break. Okay, cool. So this is a guide. Actually, I might center this. Guide, example, key, guide. Okay, so our resource, classification, art, resources, brushes, and then pin pack. So we need the rest of these to have heading 2. I guess I don't, because I have the example up there, so maybe I don't need the example up there. And we can just do files, like folder or folder guide. So this one is heading 1, this one is heading 2, and then these are heading 3. And we're not going down at the specificity of 4. I think I like that. So heading 2, heading 2. There should be heading 3. We don't need these. Why is this? Why are you being funky? And you say you have 4, you can do nothing at all. this one. Hmm. I am confusion. As about having notes and references automatically sorted, I often daydream I could throw all my notes into some urban recall, whatever I need. That would be cool. That'd be pretty cool. Okay, I'm going to redo this, I think. Because I guess I could do it like this. Environments. The traveler has resources. I don't understand why that's so. And then. But, I would like this to be. Update normal text. Okay. Okay, and then art. Category. Yeah, okay. Speak gods. Sticker pack 1 gods, and then. You could always stay. Okay, and then environment. These can be heading 3. And these are heading 2. Let me look at the pins. I think Sabo worked on the pins. No, Zach worked on the pins. Old dual thin pin, guild pin, kib. So it would be gods and then kib. Yeah, because that's how we did the packs, is we did it gods. So PP number gods underscore or gods, and then pin pack 1, pin pack 2 underscore kib. Why is this? Why are you like this? I don't understand. I don't understand. Animatics. Art books, builders, cards, pen packs. Everything should have an S in those resources. Okay. Maybe it's because it's how it's done. Cards. Oops. Okay. And then let's see. Environments. P was 1. These are heading 2s. This is SP1 gods. I think we had SP2 underscore tunes. SP3 underscore creatures. Heading. And then and then if we go back into the Blue Traveler series, we have actually names for a lot of these. It's very interesting. I wonder if BT series is different than Blue Traveler Tales. Let me look at it. Who did I think Zach did those. Am I wrong? No, I was right. There's 2 thumbs. Is it this one? Let's say, which one can we look at? Series 2? Oh, series 3. Oh, okay. I'll do null. Let's look at I'll do null. So it's got like a guy splitting his head in half. So do any of these have that? 3, 4, 5. I don't think so. 6, 7. Maybe that's what this one was about. I don't really know. Okay, Brute Traveler Tales. Okay, so 1, name of story. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I forgot about this one, which is 0, because this one would be... Damn, I'm sorry, Nox. Pretty note. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but you're close. You're 6 out of 8, which is close. And you're in awkward silence, don't you tell. Art books. Okay, so this one would be... Oops. Cover. I guess, and then... Builders. Cards? We have cards? I think that is in all art. I think that's in Katarina's thing. Cards? Oh! These cards are the item cards. These are the reference cards. It's cards. And so this should be... RC pin pack. Sticker packs 1, 2. Yeah. RC 1 underscore neck. I did this wrong. Gods, tunes, creatures, gods, kibs. Terrifying. Neck. Nectarine Queen. RC2 underscore priest of Aldulthun. RC3 underscore quill of Guild Wallen. Okay, and then I think this one's fine. Because not all of these are gonna need separations of like what, or have gotten more like extra stuff in them, playtest materials. I don't know if we'll keep this one. Because I think playtest material should be in its own folder that's like a big boy folder. Yeah. I think that's enough that I want to do for that today. This is the enshrined organization and naming conventions. There you go. Okay. Who wants to play some blueprints? I do. Blueprints. Time check. It is 7:30. So maybe we'll do the vertical schedule tomorrow, maybe. Abra abra unana abra ugaga papa. No one told me that was still there. Boop. Okay, and this one and a prop and then this one. Alright. Abracadabra. Oh, my tail. Boop. BLT, come here. Come here, little boogie baby. Trying to think of something. Gotta go to the other room first. I found a banger manga where a popular girl falls for this alt girl who actually is her classmate but dressed as normal in school. Are you talking about the gray one? The green one that's about the two girls and the girl and they like music? You read any manga? I do. I do like manga. I haven't read a lot recently, but I do like manga. Turn your draft to den in your house. Spread 5 in your tomb. The fuck is the tomb? I'm just taking the tomb because I never got the tomb before. What is this? Yes, it is green. Yes, then I know what you're talking. Each of our journeys come to a conclusion here in the tomb. The floor plan is a definitive dead end, or is it? The guy she was in wasn't a guy at all. Yeah, I've read that one. I like that one. I don't know. I obviously didn't. I don't think it's finished, but I do like that one. I bet you could use a sledgehammer on that tomb. Oh, fuck. I just went in a big old circle. I think I got extra steps for this. Wonder if there's a lighter. Man, I should read Green Yuri. You should. There's a thing to dig down here. And time. Oh no. Poor Orwell. Oh, is this where my grandpa died? Only open in the event of my death. Simon, so here's where it all ends, at least for me. And of all the picturesque places of this grand estate, I chose the dreary, dank dungeon to be laid to rest. And that same Dib's somber fate fell upon my father and his father before him, and who loved the outdoors even more than myself. They say there is no stronger bond of servitude than tradition, and family tradition, thrice as strong. These are chains that seldom bend and never break. And I do wonder what plans and prospects of yours will be sacrificed upon the family font of convention. Font? Hold on. No, wait, no. Keep that there. I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit. Yeah. Only 50, but it's peak. It is peak. Oops. What biography of your own will you forsake to add another page to your father's memories or your mother's mind? In your youth, we are gifted with dreams and ambitions. At our death, we are left with realities and regret. I think there is no greater sin than to perpetuate tradition that stagnates growth, that strangles purpose, that suffocates dreams. What point is there to live another's life at the sake of your own? Oh, how I wish to have been buried underneath a great oak overlooking the plains, the wondrous woods, and the worldly mountains, and the wild holly that surrounds that trunk, a perpetual token of sympathy laid across my grave. What dreadful tradition is that dumped me in this sunless hollow? And if my morbid example of this dark crypt makes any impression whatsoever, if reading this letter within these damp hollow plants in you a seed of hope, if these words might grant you a strength to bend, if not break, these chains, then I would cherish this tomb more than oak, and sycamore and spruce, more than the wondrous woods and worldly mountains. This cold stone room would become the most cherished place in all domain. I would have you raise a shrine upon this spot to commemorate the moment of your liberty, to treat the sepulchre as hallowed ground, to realize that grand gestures can be effective as they are theatric. Is this different? And to it in turn as recompense for the freedom that granted you, commit yourself to be buried here within the mausoleum of your dreams, and where the day comes to write your own letter to inspire the next generation to follow in his footsteps. Thanks, Grandpa. I don't think that writing is different. Okay. Thanks, Grandpa. It's pronounced. You can't just type the word expecting me to be able to pronounce it after looking at I don't care. I don't care. That word means nothing to me. Okay. I have a little bit of starting money. Was made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. They were talking about a gate opened, which was not open before. So I'm gonna go look around a little bit. But I always found that you can't. I'm gonna fight you, Orwell. I'm gonna fight you. What the fuck you mean you pronounce seppuku different than seppuku in your head? Okay, that's not open. That was the gate that I was thinking about might be open, but it is not. Ooh, mama. Ooh, mama. Well, I wanna be big chill. Big game chill. And then I want boop. Boop boop. Boop. It didn't work. Why didn't it work? Why didn't it work? Was it because it's on the wrong model? Probably. Okay. Hello? Hello? Where's the controller? Okay, well, no controller for me today, I guess. Alright. Damn, they're gatekeeping. They are. That pun hurt me a little bit. A little bit. But I appreciate it. Okay. Oh, right. I have to bring out my notes. Hold on. My blueprints notes. Okay. We don't look at those ones. Those ones are the ugly notes. Okay. So let's go. Let's play. Bedroom, pantry. Let's get the items. Let's get some items, huh? A gem. Okay, this one is Bridge Bride. Bride G. Is it G? G. Yo, getting fancy with it. Magnifying glass. Let's do spare bedroom. And then what's this way? Corridor nook bedroom. Let's do the nook. Alright, let's go this way. I want to go this way. Pin Pine E. Yeah, same. Okay. Oh. Ooh. We have a lot of re-rolls, which is nice. I just have to remember to use them this time. Nursery, pantry. We'll do the pantry. Hi, Moon. Welcome on in. Right, I know the three. This one is E, right? Yeah, Pin Pine, yeah. And then this one is Bath H. Yep. Okay, H. Hi, how you doing? We'll do a chapel because we have plenty of money. They have any extra money in here though? No. Okay. So I want to make sure. Ooh, I wouldn't mind this one. This one's a dead end room anyway. Wait, I have a note. I have a note for myself. What does VAC do? Keycard system off. Gymnasium, darkroom off. Garage on. Cool. Ooh, this room is stag tag S. This room is an S. Yes, SAFES. Yeah. Right? SAFE. Yeah, pine. And then we don't need the chapel one because we already have the chapel one. So let's go this way. Let's go. Ooh. The courtyard. I want the courtyard. I would like the courtyard. Valve anti-cheat. Fair. Fuck. God damn it. God damn it, Gabe. Let me cheat just a little bit. I'm bad at puzzles. Okay. Courtyard is always left unlocked. 1, 2, 3. This one should be K. Does this one have anything? Oh, I think I can't tell with this one. Well, hopefully it's a K. Greenhouse, storeroom, corridor. We'll do corridor. And then what's gonna be this way? Parlor, drawing room. Bunk room, bedroom, den. Fuck it, I guess we'll do den. Okay, which way do we want to go? Is this game more like Resident Evil? Nah, it's just a puzzle game. Or Merge Mansion? I wish it was like Merge Mansion. I wish it was. Let me tell you what, brother. I wish it was like Merge Mansion. Okay, the den. We'll go into the den. Look at the coin on the ground. Clock lock. C? C? Yeah. C. Parlor, nursery, storeroom, parlor. Yeah, I only have 1 dice left. I gotta take my pants off. Yippee! Yeah, no pants. No pants today. Tomorrow we wear pants. Today we don't wear pants. Why can't I make this smaller? Please be smaller. Okay. Okay, no, we want this part. Okay. This one was... Wait, this is... Clock. C. This was C. Yeah, C. And then this one should be E. What's for dinner? I don't know. I don't know yet. Road rod A. A? A? No, this is E. This is road rod. What fucking? Okay. The box next to this is false. A box next to this is true. Okay. The box next to this contains gems. That could be true. And the box next to this is true. The box next to this is false. This is true. This is false. Wait, no. If this is the box next to this is true. If this one's a lie, this one could be true. The box next to this contains a gem. But listen, no, it's an E. It has to be an E because I understand that this word is probably, listen, this word in the second row is probably check, or the third row. You see that? It probably says check. It can't be check. It can't be check. It has to be check. It has to be check. Check. It has to be check. Okay, anywho. The box next to this box is false. The box next to this box is true. So that's saying, okay, next to this box is true. So the box next to this one is false. That means this one's a lie. That means it would be in blue. I think. Watch me be wrong. I'm fucking wrong, shit. Car keys. Anything else in here? It was in this one, wasn't it? I think it was in that one. Bedroom, billiard room, commissary. We're doing fine on steps. Commissary items for sale. Let's do the commissary. I'm the one that tells lies. Okay, so this room is 1, 2, 3. So it should be T. Yeah, stage sage. It's beeping. Where's this beeping coming from? I don't trust this beeping. Hi Goop. Hi Norman. Welcome in. Get a shovel. They do have keys. Sometimes it does have keys. I fucking knew it. Bunk room. Let's do that dining room. I'm confused. 1, 2, 3. So this one should be T, right? Yeah, stage, sage, yes. So this one should be E. Fire fur, yes. Okay. Maybe I've tried other things. Dark room won't affect us, right? I'd rather do a hallway, I think. Cart chart H. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. H. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. What am I? The pool or the bedroom? But that would have cut us off from going anywhere else on the left side. So let's do. I don't have a thing. Okay, we can do the boudoir. Okay. Oh wait, the road could be. That's what I'm saying with the E. But Womble was like, Elaine, don't tell me you don't know how to spell road, like ROAD. And I'm like, yeah, but what if it's road, like road in a car, which is what I thought because the perspective of the thing. 10 to 10 T. Fucking shit, man. T. The boudoir is this way. Guest room, billiard room, kitchen. Let's do the billiard room. I can do math. Banana! Yay. Okay. 12. 8 plus 2, 10 plus 15 is 25. Minus 3. Wait, this doesn't exist. 8, 10, minus 3, 7. Yeah. Crash out at the spelling bee. 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 minus 2, 7. Times 2, 14. 4 plus 1. Minus 1, so 4. Times 1, divide 1. Is that just 4? Yeah. Silver key. We don't have a lot of keys, though. Okay, so this room is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this room is coast S. No. Or well, no. No. What happened to that other S? Okay, fine. Wait, why didn't it turn? There we go. Okay, that was a bit easier. Okay. We shall crash out with her. Yippee! Okay, we'll use a special key. Weight room, archives, drawing room. Well, we'll do the drawing room. Okay, so this one's dual. Hello? Oh, key. Nice. Stag E. This one's E. So hallway 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Stag stage E. Yeah. Okay, so this one's A. E. E. And then we can go this way. Kitchen, guest bedroom, closet. Let's do one more. Crashing out at the spelling bee with no pants on sounds like a wild dream. I agree. We don't have a gem for this one. The dark room also cuts us off, so let's do the dark room. The dark room is off, so it should be okay. Fuck. Just like guys. Oh fuck! It's a laboratory. Fuck. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tiger tier G. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you just fade away. Thank you for the clipboard. We'll watch it. Hi, Fruit Bat! Welcome on in. How you doing? I don't think I got the security yet, the key card yet. That means I gotta go all the way back to... Aw, thank you for the lurk, Moon. I should have went through the hallway. Gotta go back to the beginning. Don't thank me. Oh, did I thank the wrong? I'm sorry. Thank you, Moon, for the lurk. I'm sorry. Oh, hallway. I do have to go to the hallway. God damn it. Doing good. I'm glad. Would moving the garland up mess your setup? It would a little bit, but honestly, I should move it. Hold on. Here, I'll just turn it off. Just turn it off. There you go. Because it is in the way for this game. I should just have a thing where it turns it off, but I forget. I'll do it after. There's nothing in here. I think it's lying to me. Oh! There's a key. Damn. Okay. We gotta go to the den. Courtyard. Oh, we have a shovel now. Thank you, boss. I got you. I'll fix the setup thing in a second. Pebbles. Here, let me fix it right now. It is spoon game. Copy, paste. Hub. It is small crimetry. And then thank you for the lurk. And then it's screen holiday items. Right, is show, yeah. And then copy, paste, hub, small crimetry, paste. And then it's screen holiday items. Okay, so if I click game, should fix it. My small crimetry. Huh? That's not what? Small Christmas tree hide. Holiday items. Oh, I have the bean cherry in here twice. Oops. Okay. And then let me give this one show, fade, hide. And then studio mode screen. Starfield Legend. Fade. Hide. Fade. There you go. There you go. It's a bit slow, but I don't want to mess with it more than that. Okay. Where are we going? We're going to the chapel. No more dirt holes? I don't think so. And then the pantry, the nook, and the entrance hall. The nook, the entrance hall. Spare bedroom time. Which gave us the sleeping mask. Pog? Which means I can just... Whop, whop. Oh, pray A. This is A. Is that right? Yeah, okay. And then this next one should be S. I don't have a gem for it. No! Are we already cooked? We might already be cooked, chat. Okay, well, at least I can check the S thing. Shut up, S. Yes, S. Okay. Call it a day. Call it fucking ass. Fucking butts. Fucking god damn it. God damn it. Fuck off. Fuck off. Save and continue. Something safe. Right. Check. Gates. Right. Gates. I don't know. I'm excited to find out, though. Star. Oop. I don't want to do roots. I should do the other purple one. The one. Ah, you figured I did. Yeah, I went into the office. I think the office was it the office? Secret passage combines. Yeah, in the office, it had like the diagram and stuff. I don't know if I found that out on stream or off stream. I'm gonna be honest. Yep. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Let's do parlor. Spare bedroom. Den. Now I'm going eastwards. Every time I go the other way, I always fuck up, so I'm going this way. Okay. The white box is false. The blue box is false. The gems are in a box with a false statement. I hate this. Devouring, help me. Actually, don't help me. Oh, wrong bottle. Okay. Your guess would have been as good as mine, so no sweat on that one. Fuck. Bad roll on that one. Okay. Star, stare, eye. Eye. You can blame me. I mean, honestly, your luck was as good as mine, so it's fine. I do not mind. I don't need those 2 gems anyway. Okay, we're going this one. Yeah, this is E. Because it's A, F. A, no. I don't know. I don't know anymore. Let's do bedroom. E, and this is S. Stage, tag, yeah. Hello, is anything in here? It doesn't look like anything's in here. Nook, nursery, chapel. Fuck. I didn't go outside. No, yes I did. I just didn't get a shovel. Security. I want security. Ooh, passageway, drawing room. We'll do pantry. And I'm gonna go to security and then turn the stuff off. Keycard system, change offline mode to unlocked, confirm. Set security level to low because I don't have a card right now. So I want the chances to be low. This one should be K. K. P peak K, yep. Which one's on I have? I don't have this one and I don't have these two. Okay, so hopefully I can get those ones. Always not bad. Have you found the network password yet? No. Should I have found that already? Clock C. Yeah. Corridor, boiler room. I wouldn't mind doing the boiler room. I already solved the boiler room, I think. Wait, is this door? This door to spare bedroom. I not go in spare bedroom yet. I could go spare bedroom real quick. But let me open this door because I already here. Let's do Nook. It was written on the board in the security room, but you need a magnifying glass to read it? Okay. Then don't tell me. I'll figure it out eventually. Open this door. Open this door mean this one. Shit. Oh, I can't jump. Fuck, hold on. I think I'm gonna open the door and have that one, can't I? Thought I could. Huh. I thought I could have that. Because I need this one and this one to be on. So in order for... I actually don't think I can do that. It's fine, I can go the other... I can recall an easier way to switch from boiler to the door. It's probably the elevator. If I had to guess. Probably the elevator. But now the door's closed, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Isn't there a... Oh, it's this way. Sleepy mask. Boop, boop. Okay. And now I gotta go fucking back down. So I don't know if I did the boiler thing correctly, so I'm gonna put it back. Let me put the boiler stuff back. This one this way. And then this one that way. That way the boiler... Do you know how to use the boiler? Nope. Nope. I got it to have all the power. No, I didn't. Oh, fuck. That means I gotta do it again? Oh, man. What's the last one? But devouring, I mean, if you want to tell me how it works, like, feel free to. Oh, it's... I can't fall down there. Unless I can find it in a room. If you want to tell me what room I can find it, you can also do that. What's this one? Oh, this one's already on. Oh, it was fucking... Damn it, it's this. And then... It's like, who do you want me to be? You send power to the other rooms in a direction. And I guess that direction would depend on what room I'm wanting to power, I guess. Activate. Yeah, because the, what do you fucking call it? The, what room was it? The lab or whatever? The experimental house features room? That one needs, that's the one that needs. That's the one that needs the external power. But we haven't unlocked that one on this one. Where am I going? Oh, I need to go downstairs. Right? No, I'm going here. Jesus. Stage Sage. Yeah, I got most of the center ones. T. Corridor breaker room. I don't want that one yet. Let's do corridor. The pump room can use it too. The pump room can use it to move more water. Really? Code cot A. 3, right? 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. Please give me a left and right. Yes. Yes. Do I have one to... I do not have this one. This is card D. Dates? It's the word date. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. I thought that said gates. Oops, shit. Oops, shit. Let's go this way. Have you drained the fountain in the pump room? Have I drained the fountain? Her ladyship's chamber? Have I drained the fountain in the pump room? I don't think so. I don't think so. OBS? Okay, sorry, OBS scared me. I thought it was gates too. On God, what's this say? Does it never end? And this is why we love PureRef, because we can just copy and paste this shit in here. I'm tech savvy. Umbrella? Boat? Crow? Crow row C? This is C. 1, 2, 3. Yes, C. C, yeah. Harp. Money. Give me money. Gam's giving me money. Ballerina. Cappuccina. Me. Fuck! Okay. Her ladyship's bedroom has a diary. We have a key. Not a key. Oh. Okay. Hi, Gam. Disc. I got the disc. I don't know who the fuck that is. That must be Grandpapa. Anything else in here? Is to ask for anything else? Doesn't seem like it. I got the disc, so let's get out of here. Let's go this way. Oh, okay. I don't really want this, but I have to pick one. Okay. No. Still don't know what VAC does, but oh, tub tube E. Wait, where are we? Tub tube E. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8. Oh. Okay. Let's go back to the security room. I'm fucking sad. Boiler room. Is it up here? What's this one? I'm stupid. Yep, it's this way. Yeah, okay, that's why we couldn't go through this one. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. No, fucking... Okay. Upgrade floor plan. Which one will it give us? Parlor? Two wind-up keys. Prize equals the red rooms in your house. If you open an empty box, lose... Jesus Christ! 3 gems. Wait. I think I'd rather do the 3 gems instead of the 2 gems because, like, the 2 wind-up keys just gives us the possibility to get it twice, which... I think this one says, be smarter... It's okay to be dumb, or fuck around and find out. And I think we should do this one, because I should just be smarter, I think. But if I do this one, I'm gonna guarantee 2. But this one I'd get 3. I want... Chat, which one do I pick? I'm tied between this one and this one. I don't know which one to pick. I feel like this one because it reward yourself for being smart. Okay. Okay. I agree. I think we should reward ourselves for being smart because that's the only way we'll learn. We can't go lax on ourselves. Fuck off. Boudoir. I gotta get the gem from in here. Gimme. Do I have the thing for this one? I do. I have most of them. I have to go further. You can also outsource the boxes. What does outsource the boxes mean? What does that mean? Does that mean I can go on AliExpress and buy different ones? Billiard room. Let's do the billiard room. Okay, math time. 12. 3. Wait, what the fuck does a square mean? Does it mean add? No, it couldn't mean that. 3. I mean, maybe 3 plus 3, which is 6. Nine? What do you mean 9? What do you mean 9? Square? Oh! Wait, no. That doesn't make sense. Square root. Oh, 3 times. Oh, 3 to the power. Okay. 3 to the is 9 again. 4 to the power of 2. 4 times 4 is 16. Minus 10 is 6. Ooh. Okay, well, I didn't know it would get into, like, the power of 2s. Fucking... I hope it doesn't have more than that, because I'm a little guy. The maid chambers. Hello, maid. What's this? Oh, yeah, no, I know this one. Do I have this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Use key. Conference room, Eastern Hall conference room. Do the conference room. Very smart, thank you. Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, T, okay. Courtyard. The courtyard is the only way we can progress, so we'll do the courtyard. Do I have a... No, I don't. Okay. I did give me an item. Chamber of Mirrors is the only one that we can select at the moment. Because the other ones cost gems and we don't have gems. Week. Veranda library. Oh, fuck! There was a thing in another room about the books. Checking the books. I don't think I wrote it down. Did I write it down? No. Okay, well. Okay, well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. I don't think I have 7. I have 6. So this is plain pane L. L. I have the hiccups. Math time. 1. 4 times 4 is 16. 5 times 5 is 25 is 20. Hi, Lude. 2, 4, 4, 6. 6, 14. What? Toward the power. Hey, Moo Moo. Hi. View request. I did once. 16. I think I did this wrong. 5 times 5 is 25 minus 5 20. 4, 16 plus 2? Or is it 6 to the power 6 times 6, which is 6 times 6 is 36 minus 20 is 16. Yeah. Yeah, I think I just went in the wrong order. I don't think I did PEMDAS. Flan fan L. Library L. You can't use. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Oh, I might do this. Yes, let's do the code check. Even though it'll stop us, I want to get the network password. Gimme. And then I can check it again so that way I can do the magnifying glass and the other thing. Where's the security room? Gotta go through the conference room, back to the maid chambers, to the billiard room. Maid chambers, to the billiard room, to the boudoir, to secretary. Network password is helpful. Yeah, so we're gonna get it. Swan song. Okay. Network password. Swan song. Swan song. What does this do? Log into network. Swans. There's a swan song. Password accepted. Cool. Connecting to network. I have to go pee. Oh my god, this is gonna take forever. Staff services, remote. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom really quick, and then we'll read these. Okay, I'll be right back. The dial-up tone made me really need to go. I'll be right back. Staff services. Punch in, punch out. The service has been temporarily disabled as of November 4th. Okay. See Miss Babbage for more details. Saturday, number 7. I don't think anyone else has access to the network this month except for you, Simon. So if you're reading this, just know we're all rooting for you. Your friends in faithful service. Yo, they want their jobs back. Yup. Special orders. If you would like a specific brand of gum or your favorite fruit, the commissary is now taking special orders. Oh. Never had the running shoes before. Metal detector wouldn't be bad. I haven't seen a sledgehammer in a while either. But I don't... I guess I might as well put it in order. I don't know if there's a limit. Let's do running shoes. I'll go back. I want the metal detector. Okay. Return. Okay. Remote terminal access. It is possible to connect to other active terminals elsewhere using RTA. View active terminals. Office, laboratory, shelter. Okay. Exit. Okay. Electronic mail. The permissions of the do not allow currently. Okay, that's the office feature. Press enter. Not currently available. Glossary of terms. Dead end. What does this mean? Most additions are removed from the draft pool at the end of each day, however. Interesting. Okay. I don't think I really need that. You can turn one of those offline terminals on. Huh? Oh, Swan song. Whoa, that's not. Don't mind that swan song. Damn, close star. Close, just one more. Just one more. Okay. Remote terminal access. How do I turn one of them on? I don't think I have any of these right now. Yeah, I don't have any of the other ones, so how would I turn them on? Weird. Yeah, I think it's because I don't have any of them active on the map. Alright, back to code check. Oh, wait, let me also make sure. Never let you go. This one. Oh, I don't know if code check would have a mirror, a painting, but I will have to check. Think about this, believe it. Okay. I did it somehow? Weird. Maybe it's because you have to have, like, both of the rooms open at the same time. Have you ordered books from the library? I ordered... the... This is different. I ordered this one, Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. But there's a book that I have to order that I don't remember which one it is. Pump system. History of the fixed stars. Swimbird. I think it might be Swimbird. I'll just do Swimbird for now. Then I'm gonna put the magnifying glass in here. Magnifying glass. Oh, Crow Crown N. This is N. N. Foundation UN. Okay, cool. I don't love you like I love you. I'm sorry, Daedalus. Alright, I'll call it a day. Because I can't go anywhere else, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Okay. But it's alright. We have the network. We have the network stuff, so. Oh, nope. Did it save and quit? Did it save and quit? Please don't tell me you saved and quit. God damn it. Continue. Wait. They don't love you like I love you. Hi, Monty! I am! But I made like a little note thing. This is all the word pairings, but I know what the word pairings do now. And I got the codes and stuff. But I got like tasks to do. I forgot space there. And I have notes. I'm gonna save and quit myself. Good night, devouring. Thank you for hanging out and helping me. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful night. But yeah, I'm probably gonna play Blueprints until I'm tired. Because I got secrets to uncover. You're cooked if you're taking notes now? What do you mean I'm cooked if I'm taking notes now? Cooked isn't good? Cooked? No, that's bad. Cooked is bad. What do you mean? You're in for the long haul? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that or until I get uninterested and I get frustrated and I don't want to do it anymore. But I think I'm gonna figure it out. I think I'm gonna figure it out, Monty. I believe. Let's do Nook. My hand's like in an awkward position. Okay, there we go. Workshop. We need the workshop. And we need the code check as well. So hopefully we can get code check soon. Let's go this way. I don't think is there anything on the lower end? It's the lower end. Okay, so it's the lower end of the left side that I kind of need. Let's do parlor. Let's see if I can be smart. Will Elaine be smart? Let's find out. And we upgraded this one, right? So it should have 3 gems. Yeah, so we gotta be smart, chat. One of the other boxes is true. This is the only true box. This is false. The gems are in this box with a true statement. This is the only box that is true. Wait, if that's true, then... No, this is true. This is false. The gems are in the other box with the true statement. Okay, the gems are in the other box with the true statement. The other box is true. This one? Fuck! Okay, I tried. God darn it. I'm so bad at those, guys. Doesn't make sense. It makes no sense. Closet. Monty, I don't think I'm very smart. What's doing hall? Plan E? Oops. E. 8. What? West Wing Hall, Parlor. Yeah, AE, right? Plane. Yeah, see. Conferential pantry. What do pantry? Yeah, I know there's stuff here. Are any of us that smart? The best we can do is brute force? Yes! Brute force. I'll go this way. Is this also one I didn't have? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is one I didn't have as well. Tie tier R. Where's... Oh, there it is. Tie tier R. Oh, no, it is A, because then it would be crack. Saves 8, crack dates 8. I don't think I'm doing this right, but okay. Let's go this way. Chapel, bedroom, chapel. Redraw. Hallway. Boudoir. Hallway. Hallway. Oh, there it is. Boop. And that's the workshop, but I only have the metal detector. I don't have the other one yet. Give me the magnifying glass. Boop. And now we can combine them to do something. What? I don't really know yet. Magnifying glass, metal detector. Assemble burning glass. What does burning glass do? What does this do? Can light candles and ignite fuses. What the fuck? Am I gonna lose that? I don't want to have to build that every time. Lever. G. Oh, EIG. Okay. True box does not always contain the price. It could be the false box. There's G. Okie dokie. Anything else in here? I don't think so. What is... Can light special candles. Okay. So we'll be on the lookout for candles. There's not a candle. No candle. No candle. This is a study. This one has a terminal in it. Let's do this one. Is it off? Is she docking here? Please? Fucking son of a fucking bitch ass. Fucking asshole. Fucking goddamn it. God damn it. Anything in the tracking? Does this mean that I'm gonna lose my burning glass, man? Man, I don't want to lose my burning glass. I just got this thing. I don't think any of these had candles in it. Can I light that candle? Wait. I have an idea. I have an idea. I don't know if I'm gonna lose it or not. Beep. Check item. Burning glass. Ha-ha! Now I can keep him forever. Okay. Quaint cottage. If you didn't cuck me, I would have had more rooms. More rooms. But no. You had to cuck me and not give me more rooms. I'm gonna go back outside and pick a different path. Bonk. wonder what's the fastest someone's beat this game. Can you speedrun this game? It's very RNG. Can I? Oh, I must. Sure. If I go down there, it'll give me coins, though. I'll come back. No, get the coins. Get the coins, Elaine. Is what I needed the special thing for? To light the special candles? Because there's these candles. Oh, these don't all have... Well, these two are candles. I don't really know. With these. Anything else down here that I missed? Nope, I read that. Okay, cool. Wait. Nope, that's a board. Okay. I thought that was a sledgehammer. I mean, one of the trophies is to reach room 46 in under an hour, and another to do it in 1 day? What do you mean 1 day? How do you reach room 46 in 1 day? There's gonna be a lot of resetting. There's gonna be a lot of resetting. To say it's possible, that's crazy. Corridor. Hallway. I should have done card room. We were looking, God run, I suppose. That's what I'm thinking. Storeroom. Fuck it. Keep. Bride Bridge, right? G. Yep. Okay. Not to worry about it until I get to rank 8 about it. So. Pry, A, yep, F, yep. Paula, let's see if I can be smart about this chart. Give me this. I'll turn. There's no other items in the room. A box with a false statement contains the gems. The black box is not empty. Okay. Statement on the black box is true. This one then? Yes! Woo! Never gotten the veranda. Give. The closest one is the ones next to Foundation. Okay. Closet, bedroom, commissary. I want to check the commissary, I guess. They have shoes. Oops, wrong thing. Running shoes is 8. I wonder what it does. Chapel, pantry, nook. Chapel, pantry. I guess I'll do chapel. Oh, this is not smart if I wanted... fuck. How much is it? How much are the shoes? 10? Fuck, I need like 11 coins. I think. Wait, what if these are the candles? I don't know. There's so many candles. Where does this go? To... Oh, to fuck all is where it goes to, chat. Oh, wait, no, I can still go back. Okay, fuck. There's 2 items then. Fucking shit. And go. Oh, we go pantry, then commissary. Yes. Let's see the running shoes. Well, running shoes is only 8. Occasionally save a step when traveling longer distances across the state and the grounds. Got running shoes. Okay, now I gotta go all the way back. Start to shake. She know I am. Guest bedroom, kitchen. Let's do Nook. Kids do. Security. Can I turn any of the things on with the network stuff? Not gonna network. Swans. Oops, swans. Staff services. Remote. This is the remote view. Okay. That's fine. Give me. I want to enter the keycard system. Keycard system. Security level low. Because I don't have a keycard right now. But then change offline mode to unlocked. Exit. Okay. Where am I going now? I can go this way. Okay, walk-in closet it is, because the other ways are gonna be closed off. Oh, that's ooh, a lockpick. Don't mind if I do. A gem. I forgot what that does. Lucky rabbits for a greater chance of finding. Ooh, I don't mind me if I don't mind if I do. Boiler room would be good. I don't know if there are other rooms that need Ew, the office. Office is different. Let's do passageway. Oh, okay. Yep. Okay, that's unfortunate, but that's okay. Showroom. Fuck, I don't have enough things for it. Damn. That's the first time I've gotten the showroom. Do this anymore. Spare bedroom, guest room, observatory, spare bedroom. Car keys. Check library. Servants' quarters. I don't think I've gotten the servants' quarters before. So I'll just do servants' quarters. So I want to see. There are 12 major keys. What the fuck? This is a green one. Green note says there are 12 major keys. Okay. Oh, God. Hartley, I know we spoke often of this day, and I don't think there's anything I could say of the past few years I haven't already attempted to tell you in numerous times. In the past, half-stated gratitude always interrupted with tactful, polite, or reputations from you. So the give me a perfect opportunity to finally express myself uninterrupted by you. I don't feel like any other. With my passing, I release you from your post and service to the Sinclair family and implore you to live the remainder of your years on your own terms. Like, that's what I'm thinking. As scary and unfamiliar of a concept as that may be to you, besides, I think a more junior valet would be better situated to meet the needs of a young master, Simon. To that end, if you wish, you may stay long enough to oversee the training and establishment of a successor in their post. But as soon as he or she has the lay of the land, my instructions for you to quit must be satisfied. Ignoring what I may imagine your objections might be, after reading this, I decide to leave the lake house in Trinsendale and to your family. My lawyers have all the details and gifts will be included. Past 4 decades you have served as and victim to many things. I had house is yours without strings or stipulations. I had a time playing in as house manager of your now residence, but I have Herbert. Ooh. Holy shit, 6 keys. Like I'm going to use all of those keys. Holy fucking Christ. I hope I could use them. Be nice. Probably not, though. Go back to passageway. Back this way. And I'm gonna use this to open this door. Oh, not this one. Isn't there... Devouring said there was an easier way to do this, and I think it might be this. Have I turned that on before? Hold on. Can you turn that on? Yeah, you can. Oh, whoops. What does that do? Oh, that opens the... Boop. Oh, wait, goddammit. Did I do this wrong? I think I did. Because... Well, that's open. Oops. Oh, I think it has to be this one. I am kind of confused. I think... Wait, can't I have... It just feels like this one should be able to go this way. Because I think ideally it should be... like... this? But I don't know how to get... this to go the other way, I guess? I want it to be on. So now it's going this way. Can this one go any other way? Hi, Andrea! Welcome on in. How are you? Okay. How am I supposed to have this doing things? This way? This way. Do the door? And now do this one. Oh, but we don't want it to do that. Fucking damn it. Wait, but it... Yeah, we don't want it to do this. God damn it. How are you? I'm good. You good vibing to music? I'm glad you're vibing to music. 'Cause this can't go any other way. So this one has to connect to here. Whereas this one can go up, I guess. And then I have to have this opened this way. Oop, not that way. That way. Yeah. And then this one can come this way? Yeah, I guess so. This is very confusing. Hi, Buster! I leave for Vegas in 12 hours. I hope Vegas is fun. I hope you have the most fun in Vegas. Salt. Vegas is the most fun. Also, Andrea, I got that mouse that you recommended. Whoops. Will do. Ask RG if he wants to play Valheim at all before he leaves. Okay. Okie dokie. I am a dare bird, a daring and brave bird, diving so deep and ride on the wave. There is not a dare I would not do, there's not a depth I would not dive. However, my friends are not very open to the idea that I like the sky less than the ocean. My dad has me with looking for, ooh, fun. Bird in the sky, not the sea. That's what they say when they're looking at me. They are looking at me. You are not a seabird, you are not a swim bird. If you are a friend bird, fly in the wind bird. And shouldn't you always listen to friends? For they knew me best, so they pretend. So I dare not to dive, and I dare not to swim, and I dare not to set foot in the ocean again. And I dare not smile, and I dare not laugh, for they will do it for me on my behalf. I dare not dream, I dare not speak, for maybe my friends won't like the real me. And I will say goodbye to the dreams and the sea, and wonder why daring feels just like defeat. Okay. Sad. Okay, well, alright. Gives a 3. Okay. I haven't gotten that far yet. Cool. Let's try to lockpick it. Nope, alright. Doesn't really matter, I have 9 fucking keys. A bookshop?! Oh, the conference room can keep us going. I don't really want to buy a book right now. I don't know what book we need, really. You dirty, dirty bitch. It's fine. I'll go in here. I want to see where I'm going. The pool. The pool. A good time tonight. When did you make it purr? Kinky, but I come first. Okie dokie. We'll use a lockpick first. Nice. Great hall. Ballroom. Whenever you enter the ballroom, set your diamonds to 2 diamonds. It's not bad. Let's do the Great Hall. We know this one will go straight. Let's use a lockpick. Use this one. Shoot. Just 2. I bought more yarn, don't tell Vexed. Okay. Keep it a secret. Adore. Thank you for sharing your wand streak. 35 days. Very impressive. Or the Kiwi's bookshop. How can I help? Oh, oh, Kiwi. I'm sorry. I don't know what book yet. I don't know what book yet. You know? I don't know what book I need yet. Let's see which ones I can open himself. Oh, that floppy disk. Okay. Let's go. Okay. So that one leads to the next room. I want to know which one leads to the next room, so we'll use the keys. Okay. The office. Not the office. Pump room. Do you need the pump room for anything? The office would allow us to go in the foundation. Thank you, Jailer. That's what they all say. Listen, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't know, okay? I didn't know. I didn't know it was your bookstore. I need to screenshot this too. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why is it always so big? There we go. Okay, we're gonna enter. Let's do log into network swan song. There was one thing in the network terminal that we couldn't do because it was only allowed from the office, I think. Censored electronic mail and Babbage. Okay, wait, I have to write down dates because it said dates were important. I think 8 dates. Christmas 12/25. 12/25. Mail 11/1/1993. I don't think the years matter. Sir, you have not left any instruction for the following week, and you know how much I hate leaving critical plans up until the last minute. As soon as you decide on a definite plan of the holidays, please pass the message on to me. Either through Hartley, who is valeting for you this weekend, or if you absolutely insist, confounded electronic typewriter. Okay. Gabe, yes, this is the correct word announcement. Also, when you are here next week, please test that the correct sequences are correct. What the fuck? Off. Blue, green, white, red, and purple. Okay. Oh, fuck. Wait. Oh, fuck. Wait. Electronic. Hold on. October 8th. Oh, God damn it. October is 10/8. 1993. I don't know if these years matter. This one is 10/7/1993. Dear Herbert, we just want to let you know that the changes you requested to your will have been implemented and notarized. If your premonition, God forbid, should bear fruit, rest assured that your plans will be executed down to the last detail. Okay, those from Grandpa's lawyers. The VAC indicator lights installed per instructions have been turned on. However, it should be noted that the white indicator is only displayed after syncing all 6 to purple. Fuck. White only shows after syncing all 6 to purple. If this is not the desired value, let us know and we will fix it on our regular visit next week. This was the 5th. Yes, that's correct. Okay. What does this do? I don't know if there's any other things. I think that's the only thing. The boudoir. +1 gem, +2 roll, +3. Ooh, +3 food. +3 food. Yes, please. Okie dokie. Is there anything else? Office vertical estate. And then my new keyboard makes me feel really cool when I type. You should probably get a typing game. Honestly. Like a hacking typing game. Be cool. Services, consumer electronic mail, data transfers. From sync up, press enter. Okay. I think that's everything in here. Oh, it's March of the Okay, Bridget, please check any of the books matching these titles are available for purchase in Reddington. For purchase, so I can only get them then instead at... I'm presuming it's a possibility to get them in the library, or I have to buy them. Which makes sense. Oh, I'm not really tapped into the PO clicky clacky creamy keys, but I'm happy for you. Thank you, Trailer. It makes me happy. Flight of the Queen, March of the Count. Please check if any of these books are available for purchase. Had a little trouble reading the Baron's writing, so I'm not sure if the last title is intended to be hearings or herrings, but no Herbert. But knowing her, I suspect either would be suitable. Oh, and this opens up the safe. Safes. 8 dates crack 8 safes. Okay. 1. 0. 1. Okay. 10:08. 10:07. Wait, is it 1993? No. What date would be in here? Because I think the dates belong to the rooms. Oh, is this something I can click on? East, west. I feel like it has something to do with this picture. The only dates were 11:01. Because the other safe was 12:25. Christmas. So, okay, hold on, let me try it one more time. 1008, enter. 1007, enter. Okay, and then 107. I feel like I'm missing something. It's a date. I'm looking for a date. The only dates in here are the emails, I'm pretty sure. This weekend. I feel like it has to... I don't know what it has to do with, though. Next week. Yeah, so it's 11:01, 10:08, 10:05. I think I didn't do 10:05. So, yeah, it's 11:01, 10:08. This one is 10:07. Hi, Buttercup. How are you doing? This is 10:07. 10:07. 7. This is 10:05? Yeah, 10:05. Please be 10:05. Turn. Please be 10:05. So I wouldn't understand. Why? It's saying 8 dates, crack 8 safes. And the only dates that I have are the ones in the emails. I feel like I'm on to something. What if it's all of them? What if it's 101 1008 1007 1005. Son of a bitch. Okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving this room. Going in here. I'm going in here. Fucking pissing me off. I'm good, thank you. Puzzle stuff is hard. Puzzle stuff is hard. Dark room it is. Oh, the dining room thingy did the thingy. I haven't gotten the breaker room yet, though. Great hall pool. We gotta go all the way back that way. Hold on. Oh, they're both keycard rooms. I have a keycard, though, don't I? I have a keycard. Yippee. No, I fucking don't know what they are, though. Crafting room. What about, oh, this one? Boiler room. Pump room. Okay, well, they both let me keep going. But I should go back to the dining hall. Yeah, I need to go back. Foundation, office, great hall, pool. So I need to get more steps. More steps, please. Do I have the running shoes? I do. Fucking asshole of a thing. A pool to the dining hall. To the whoa! All the money! Look at all this money! Money for me! Ha 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 ha. I have so much money. I wonder if I could pay payroll multiple times. Alright. Back to library. Back to dining hall. Ooh, a different one. Thief, not thief. Have dimmer. Lemon glazed salmon. Let's go. 21 steps, Pog. Okay, so let's go. I don't think I want to go all the way back to the commissary. I am hoping that we can get a kitchen, so that way I can get more steps that way. Yes. So let's go back to the gymnasium. Back to the Great Hall, which I think I'm at a point, though, where I need to start going back to looking at these things, though. Yes, because the pump room might have a painting. Might have a painting. It's a might. It's a very big might. But the office would have a painting. The Great Hall would have a painting. So let's go back to the Great Hall. Great Hall time. Gymnasium. Here to the Great Hall. Where are the paintings? Are there paintings in here? A lever. Oh, the police said the room. A key. Okay. So if we can go from here, then we're golden, chat. Holy shit. Still too difficult to pick. That's fine. Okay, are there any paintings in here? I don't think so. Okay, so I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. I have plenty of steps, so I think I'm gonna go this way. Oh, get mailroom. After drafting this room, a package will be delivered here the day after. Sure. We've never gotten this room before. Simon P. Jones. Hey, buddy, how's it going up there at that big house? I think most people would be pretty scared being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. Imagine you as happy as a clam, perfectly content these days with the exploration and opportunities for adventure. So writing this, you're currently in the garage packing that tent. I wanted to post this letter before we depart tomorrow so that it has a chance of arriving during your first few days of this date. But with all the preparation, I'm not sure that I'm going to find the time. There's so much I want to say, and I'm sure I'll forget to tell you. Sometimes it's easier to jot this stuff down. You're yelling at me right now to come bring you a pillowcase. Hold on a sec, I'll be right back. I can tell you're really excited, but I think you might feel a little girl dub being so happy the day after the funeral. Believe me, I know how long Uncle Herbert worked on setting this up for you. And I know from our conversation just how much happiness 500 so both to be excited. The house really is amazing. I know it's been almost 7 years since we were last up there, and I'm really curious to hear just how much you remember. Always just leaving with a few overused cliches and later, alligator dad. P.S. Get some sleep. Don't spend all your time playing didgeridoo blocks. Thanks, Dad. Love you, Dad. Rain Grain G. Oh, yeah, that one says G. Fuck. God dang it. I would like a package. What's this? More detailed instructions will be sent by electronic mail to the address the client has provided. What the fuck? Utility room. Press any button to activate blue. Press blue indicator next to the red to activate. Oh. 5 program I need to activate 6. Okay, this was for the email that we got, which I should have just taken a picture of. Please return all correspondence and packages addressed to Denny Ravane to sender as he no longer is employed at our staff. Oh, fuck. God damn it, mailroom. I need to write down the mailroom needs. Mailroom needs magnifying glass. Anything else? Any other secrets here for me? By any chance? I don't think so. Very nice. Okay. Office, darkroom, workshop. Let's go to office. Nope, this is not the office. This is also not the office. This is the office. Surprise hugs! Nice to see you again. Hello, Passive Blob. Welcome on in. Thank you for the hug. How you doing? We're currently just playing some, you know. Oh, wait, shit. Oh, it's fine. The painting in the workshop. What letters in the workshop? N? N? Oh, yeah, I know that one. Okay, great. Wait, let's go back to the Pumpermat paintings. I don't know the Pumpermat paintings. I'm gonna go back anyway. I think I have enough steps to do this anyway. See if we can get a normal room. Boudoir! The vault! Plus 40 gems. Let's do the boudoir. So we'll get food. Yum, 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 yum. This one. This is... Light Flight F. Light flight F. Oop. Oops. F. Okay, cool. Down at the... Now I definitely have enough. There's no letter in here, I think. And if there is a letter in here, I don't know because it's dark in here. Workshop. Come on up and to the left. Fuck. How do I want to do this? I think I'm gonna do this one. The East Wing Hall because it gives us more chances. This one is going to be plan T. Boop. Let's go this way. Breaker box. Let's do the breaker box. Well, that's cute. There's a question, what's something you do in order to comfort people? All she does. Aw, that is cute. It depends. Honestly, I just let people talk about their day a lot of the times. If you're not feeling great, I like to talk about your day. Yes, this is a no. Okay. Okay. Let's do the dark room on. Gymnasium off. Garage on. Okay. So I have to get... White only shows after syncing all 6 to purple. Green. Red. I think I did this wrong. Okay. Oh, fuck. I fucked it up. Wait, this is red. And then red. And then... This one. This one. This one. I fucked it up? I did. Oh! Wait, fuck, what? Wait, Chad, I think I fucked it up. Wait, Wait. Wait, no. 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 Fuck. Wait, what? The fuck? Do I have to do it the other way? I think I have to do it the other way. Yeah. Nope. Okay. Oh, this is hard. This one? No! Oh, fuck, I keep fucking it up, chat. Fuck. Green? Fuck, okay, no. This one? No. What the fuck? This one? This one? Wait. No. Okay, wait. Press the indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. How do I make you red? I don't understand. Okay. Wait, what? I'm confused. Fuck. Wait, how do I do this? Chat, I don't understand. Wait. Okay. Okay. I'm very confused. So if I click this one, it's gonna fuck it up, won't it? Yeah, this fucks it up. How the fuck did I do that? I need you to be red, then I click you and you become purple. If I click you, you will become... Okay, wait. Do I have to click you when you're green? Red. I did that. I don't know how the fuck I did it. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay, okay. Why only showed up after seeing all the purple? Okay. I think I fucked it up. Uh-oh. Andre, I think I fucked it up. Okay. Okay, wait. Okay. I don't know how I just did that. How the fuck did I do that? I don't know how I just did that. What the fuck? Okay. 1, 2, 3. White. This one's white. 2, white. Blue. Green. Red. Off. Holy shit! I'm so fucking smart. I'm so fucking smart. I'm so fucking smart. I don't know what the fuck this goes to. Ooh, 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 ooh. Holy shit, what the fuck is that? Oh, that's to the mines. My mama's mines. The gemstone cavern has permanently been unlocked and added to your campsite. Starting tomorrow, you will start with 2 gems each day. Holy shit, I did it! I did it! Whoa. That should stay like that forever. Oh my god, then let's go! Let's go, chat! I fucking did it! Holy shit! I'm so smart! I'm so fucking smart! Holy shit, let's see if we can get to the antechamber now. Music room? Gimme. No! Don't cuck me like this. Do not cuck me like this. Do not cuck me. Do not cuck me like this. Do not. Look, it's a major key. There are 12 major keys. Ah, it's cucking me though. Give me the music room, please. I did it. I did it. But holy shit. Okay, well. It has cucked me out of getting to the antechamber, but that's okay. Very interesting. Okay, let's go. I actually want to go back outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm gonna pass out if I do that. Yep, there's no more ways I can go either. It's the exclamation point first, daw. Okay. Call it a day. Holy shit. You are missing Krampus. You are missing Krampus. But you have plenty day to get the Krampus. Day 27. Pog, it's a good day to have 20 more steps. Let's go to the gem cavern. Just this way. We sing hey oh hey oh hey oh hey. The voices ring like the angels sing. I sing oh hey oh hey oh hey. Start into the night. Love the art style of this game. Me too. What is this way actually? Looks like there's something over here. Oh, it's an apple orchard. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. I don't know what that would be. Here's the last equipment for the new mine. I don't think we're gonna need more than this, especially if we're gonna limit baskets to 2 stones per day. I was told by the engineer that getting greedier than that might risk the structural integrity of the cave wall, so I suppose we'll have to adhere to his expert permission, at least for now. We managed to remove all but 1 minecart from the old tunnels, 2 of which were too rusted and worn down to be any of use up here, so Dave went ahead and made the call to scrap them. I'm not sure the foreman is going to be too happy about that, but hopefully you can smooth it over. Now there's still 1 more car down there, but it's locked on a short track and it's way too difficult to move from the reservoir side, but it's a little bit awkward, but because it's walking back. So okay, dokie. So what you're telling me is I can't have these gems that are in the walls. What the fuck is this? Fire on the patio? This is the patio, right? I don't know where the fuck that is. Nope. Don't know where the fuck that goes. Very cool. Singing a Lorcana 96 YYC. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Is there nothing else on here? I click the thing and that's all it does. Okay. Okie dokie. I guess it's time to go back. We go to the orchard. The archer, unlocked a secret. Yeah, I guess. I don't know where the fuck that is, though. Gonna be honest. Maybe it's that thing? Is that the... That's the, orchard, though, isn't it? I can't go in there unless this is the orchard. No. This is a separate thing. I don't know where this goes. I'm just kind of following it. Nope. Yeah, okay. I lied. And I wasted a step. But that's okay. I don't know where that area where the thing is. Maybe it's over here. Can't tell, though. That's okay. We have extra steps today, so we can take all the steps we need to look around. Oh, wait, no, it's down there. It's this thing. That means the other one is here. But I feel like we need a... Oh, this is the other mine shaft. I feel like we need a crowbar for it, though. So there'll probably be a crowbar somewhere in the game, I'm hoping. If not, then maybe it's a sledgehammer thing, I'm presuming. But the sledgehammer doesn't say it can do that, so... Shrug, I guess? Two special items. The fuck is this? Oh, a battery provides juice to battery-powered contraptions. Battery-powered contraptions? Battery-powered contraptions? What does that mean? Battery-powered contraptions. Battery-powered contraptions? Oh, like maybe, actually, no, I don't know. I don't actually know. We reach the garage, and we don't have the garage open, so. Oh, I thought it was a pipe. I thought it was a pipe bomb, too! I was like, oh, shit, can we blow up the mines? Or the boxes that are downstairs? Is that what that's for? But it's not a pipe bomb, unfortunately. Unfortunately, it was not. Let's do the den. I wish it was a pipe bomb. Spare bedroom. Hi, Bunby! Welcome on in. Corridor. Sleeping mask. I'll go this way. How are you, Bunby? Welcome on in. Does the east wing lever stay ka-chunked? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I don't want to... I was going to look it up, but I won't. I started to say hello, but I'm going to watch my boyfriend play a game. We were thinking of playing together. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Thank you for stopping in. Getting your streaks. Appreciate you. My package has been delivered. My package. Handcrafted ivory dice. A brass compass. Let's fucking go. Give me my dice. Very fucking cool. Very fucking cool. So every time I step in here, it does it, huh? I guess I still need a magnifying glass, though, for the other thing. Hano is a city of gold, and I'll tell you I can tell now. So, bucket closet. Bucket closet. Fuck it. God damn it. Oh, give me a shovel, though. I at least got a shovel, though. He wants me dead or alive. I'm in a city of lies. Mirror, mirror, sitting up high on the wall. Me from the devil and more in my soul. It'll be this one. I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna step back in so I can get the sleeping mask bonus. Rado is a city of gold, and I'll tell you all the secrets if you don't tell us so. Let's do this one. And then hopefully this one can give us another tea. I don't mind the library because I need to order another book. Oh, car keys? Car keys. You're still going? I am. I stream from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. PST. Thank you for the wellness check, though. Let me drink some water. The gems are not in a box with a true statement. The statement on the blue box is a true statement, as this statement. The gems are not in the box with... Gems are not in the box with a true statement. Gems are not in the box with a true statement. Statement on the blue that is as true as this statement. This was false. These are true, but it's this one. Yay! Fuck yeah. I'm so smart. Nook, bedroom, drawing room. Let's do the nook. With any more. Chapel. Get it out of the pool. Get it out of the pool. Any more secrets? Nope. Or any more coins, I guess I should say. East Wing Hall, Observatory, Bedroom, Redraw. Commissary, Laboratory, Breaker Room, Breaker Box. We could do Breaker Box. Sorry that poke missed me. I'm gonna have to redo my pokes. What did this turn on? Wait, what did the vac turn on? I forgot what it turned on. I got too excited that it did a thing that I forgot what it turned on. It turned on the door. The door's already open, so I don't have to do it again. Okay. It's never been more. We're so back than it is now. What? Nani? Nani the fuck? Thank you for the head pads. Head pads are always gonna be good. The boob's a little hard though. Oh, I can't lockpick it. My key. My only key. Oh man, this is getting expensive. I wouldn't mind the Verdana. Veranda? Verdana? Veranda? Amanda? Ooh, sledgehammer. It looked like it was just pointing at your collarbone. I got a good collarbone. You like my collarbone? I think I got a good collarbone. Coins. That's nice here. It's nice. Nursery. Commissary. Gymnasium. Let's redraw. Security. I wouldn't mind security. Because then I could get the keycard doors to be... Ooh, but now that we have... Okay, hold on. Keycard system. Keycard system is offline. Let's set the security level to high. And then change offline mode to unlocked. So that way we can get a lot of free doors. So... There we go. See? Free door. What? Did I not do the thing? Keycard system. Keycard set. Oh, I didn't change it offline mode to unlocked. There we go. There we go. Excuse me. Furnace, guest bedroom, weight room. Redraw. Drawing room. Fuck off with the red rooms, man. Are any of... Oops, sorry. Are any of these rooms that we need? This room... Yeah, these two rooms ahead we need the letters from. So. We haven't even gone to the left side yet, so... I don't mind the observatory. Dark room. Let's do the observatory. Any lock boxes? Code check is the burning glass. Kitchen and bedroom both don't lead to anywhere, so let's do bedroom to save the things. Wipers. What is this? The fuck? Foundation. Oh! It's for this thing. What the fuck? What does it lead to? Okay, cool. We're actually right next to the foundation. Yeah, it's like right there. Okay, this is Planet Plain Tea. Tea? Oh, I need to do this. I keep forgetting. I almost forgot to do this. Ooh, fuck yeah. We got a lot of gems today. Okay, what is... Pick the door. Darkroom commissary cloister. Let's do the cloister. Alright, let me see what this does though. Oh my god! We're going down. The foundation? Whoa. Whoa, what the fuck? Where are we? We're not on the map. Maybe we are on the map? Upgrade disc. Pint? Pint? Paint? A? Pint, paint, A? Where are we? We're not on the map anymore. Under the foundation. Paint. Paint. Pint. A. Elevator. Interesting. We're not in Kansas. The basement door is locked. Oh shit, the basement? Basement. This is a key card thing, which means, do we have a key card? We don't have a key card right now. What the fuck? What the fuck? I need a key card then. Can't use this because it's powered off, which means I'd have to turn it on and have a key card? Oh fuck. We ain't in Kansas anymore. No, we ain't. Too many secrets, chat. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I've memed that I would want to do this to my kids when I get old, you know, and do this for them. But I'm gonna be honest. I think that was a lie, because this is a lot. Going through this is honestly a lot. Bunk room. Wait, where the hell was that? That lever? I don't know where the fuck that lever was from. Oh, it was on the other side of the foundation. Oh. Oh. Shit. Lab. Lab wouldn't be bad because we had the boiler room. Let's do that one. Let's do the upgrade before I forget. Bunk room. What else can we get from the bunk room? What else can we get from the bunk room? There's 2 bedrooms. If you have exactly 2 hallways when drafting your room, double your keys. If you have exactly 2 greenhouses when drawing your room, double your... Can't leave this. Shops. I think the hallways is probably best. Because I usually like to do hallways a lot. Okay, what is this? Effective media electronic mail can only be accessed to the security terminal. That's a lie! You guys addition for the pipe from the boiler room. Boiler room. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. There's a lot going on in here. Bat. Bat. what the fuck? I don't think I know this one, do I? No. Wait, what the fuck? Boat? It's a fucking boat bat. Elaine. It's boat bat. Oh. Boat bat, yeah. Oh. Anything else in here that I'm missing? Periodic table. Complete thought. Is there... Oh, is this for the, freezer room? So I could, like, cool the freezing room? The frozen room? The ice room? Whatever? I typically work over at Sinka Labs, but got sent over here for a month to assist more with the new turbine test. I think I need some help. For the past 3 days, I've been unable to find the laboratory on the estate. Today was the first success on that front. Can anyone tell me if this is typical? And so, how do I get any work run? Before I was briefed on the way to the doors work, but I must admit, I did not expect to excuse me for the first week. Yeah, poor Kimberly. Wait, but now that we're in here, can't we, we can access the Sinka stuff. Oh, fuck. In the laboratory, you are free to experiment by testing, combining different mechanics to create original and unique house features that will last until the end of the day. Whenever you dreamt and whenever. Sure. Sure. Start experiment. Research logs? No experiments found. Pause experiment. Log into network. I can't tell just what you know. Are you known to be alone? This is the data transfer. What do you mean the data transfer is not real? And this is only allowed, yeah, return to the network. And then, okay. Okie dokie. I wonder why the data transfers aren't available. Which one do I want? Let's do this one, in case the other thing costs a gem. A magnifying glass? What do I need a magnifying glass for? I wrote it down. Mail room needs magnifying glass. How far away is the mail room? Did I have a mail room in this one? I did. Oh, it's all the way back there? Oh, I have 58 steps. I have 58 steps. That's BK. Okay, I have to do a few things. I have to get the boiler room to send power here, right? The boiler room? The boiler room. Okay. So I need the boiler room to do stuff. Yeah, it's just in here. My boyfriend, what I've been doing. But I need this to come this way. Yeah. Wait. No, that's fine. Just me going back and forth. That's fine. And now we have power from the boiler room to do the other thing. Hopefully it'll do the thing. I'm praying that it'll do the thing I needed to do, though. What do you mean you don't have power? Walter Wilbur, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you have a comfortable time here. What do you mean it didn't work? What do you mean it didn't work? What are you talking about, Willis? What? What? Okay. What? What do you mean? Okay, well, this door. Please, 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 please. Oh. Son of a bitch. It didn't work. Because we had to go the other way, too. I don't know. Ooh, boudoir. Boudoir gives us food. Yum, 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 yum. I don't have a lever. Let's go. Walking closet, commissary, boiler. Don't I get a thing for doing a shop? No, it's the hallway. Ooh, 2 upgrade discs. Experiment successful. It was. Key upgrade disc is 15. Oh, I don't have money. I have no money. Oh, wait. Plant. Oh, that's right. Wait, what was the one in the boudoir? Paperclip minimizer. Welcome on in. Where are all these follows coming from? Hello? I appreciate it, but welcome on in, everybody. Who's the recent follows? I really appreciate it. Where the fuck are the paintings in this? Oh, they're there. Oh, I don't know if I did this one. Crate, paint. Snack. Crate chart. Plane, planet, tube, tub, tie, bridge. I don't know what this one is. Globe. Oh, isn't there a globe one? Do we have a globe as one of these? Charge steps to 40. Oh, yeah. I don't think actually the steps for 40 was a good thing or not. Crate. Create? No, that's the same. Box. Brush. Globe. I don't know what this one would be. Paint. Crate. Because create. Oh no, it could be create. It'd be an E. Create, crate equals an E because it's missing an E. So does that mean this room is an E? Could be. Okay, interesting. So I didn't write down the... No, I did write down the one, I guess. Oh, sorry, boiler room. I do want to look up, does the boiler room need to be next to the lab? What? What? So you're So I think I can't do the lab because the cloister doesn't... Shit. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Commissary. You don't have any more money. Dark room doesn't lead to anything. Oh, so this one would have had... Okay. Yeah, makes sense. What else can we do in this run? I see the dark room has a painting in it. And then we can go back to security and foundation and see what's going on. If there's anything else that can be done in there. Yes. Right? I wanted to go to the dark room. Shit. Oh, the dark room is off. So there's not going to be a painting in there. I went the wrong way? I'm going the wrong way. Chat, I think I'm confused. I can't see in here. Which means we now need to go to the cloister to the foundation. Cloister. Foundation. Cloister foundation. Do we have a key? We don't have a key though. We can hope and pray that it'll open it anyway. I forgot I have a shovel. Oh shit, a key. Let's go. So in case it doesn't open it, I can still have it. Turnip? Oh, another key. Shit. Shit, 2 keys. Let's go. And we have a backup key for what? The aquarium! I love the aquarium. Let's do the aquarium. Ooh. Let's go. Experiment successful. Let's go. Okay. Use. Gymnasium. The garage. Let's do the West Wing Hall. Because then we have more chances to get more stuff. Oh, right. 1, 2, 3. This one is... Spine? Fucking what the fuck? A spine? Is there a tree that rhymes with spine? Sparky Muffin, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Where, guys? I don't know where these follows are coming from. I appreciate them. I hope you enjoy hanging out in here. Bone zone? Spine. Spine pine. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Star. Spine pine. Spine pine. Yes. Yes. Oh, okay, so this is an A. Right? Because we said A in the foundation. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. This is A. Something mount. Something small. Something. Okay. I'm not gonna presume, because last time I presumed I was wrong, so. Dining room. Wouldn't mind a dining room. Give me food. Actually, don't give me food yet. Oh, exit. I don't want to open that door yet. A greenhouse? A foyer? Oh, I don't have enough things. I guess at this code check. I don't really need anything from it, though. Yeah, I don't need anything from it. You... Oh, shit. Okay. Let's go back to security. Also, I wonder what happens if we were to take all the water out of the aquarium. I hope nothing. Hope nothing. It does nothing. Hopefully. Observatory foundation. No, drawing room. Alright, are there any... 1, 2... Yeah, the observatory we missed. And the dark room we can't see into. Okay. Just a little bit. The vault? Oh, I don't have enough money. can kiss 100 boys in bars. Yeah, I got all those. So I could also go back all the way to the entrance. But let's see, instead of going all the way to the entrance, let's see if we can get the garage. Because if we can get the garage, we have a shortcut to the entrance. And then we can go back in that little beginning area. And I think that'd be a good idea. Tie time? Wait, the tie time? Oh, it's M. Okay. Use. Okay. Garage, 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 garage. Fuck! Fuck! Oh, but we could still go through the dining room. Couldn't we? I mean, we could still go all the way back, to be fair. We could still go all the way back. Boys and bars. Yeah, we can go all the way back. And we have enough food. We just can't pull any more shops. Because then it'll set us back down to 40. But I don't think... Well, no, there's the bookstore. There's also the bookstore. Okay. Dining room. Yeah, I don't need... I do need this one, though, right? Yeah, I do need... Oh, shit. Is that another one I don't know? It's like a beach. It's like a... Oh, fuck. It's like a beach and a tag. Or like a coast and a tag. Which could be beach 10. Sea. Ocean. I don't know what it could be. That's fine. We'll use this step. Sea. Tag. 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 Chat, I need help with this one. You guys know what this one could be? Sorry. Fucking shore? Hold on, maybe I should do it this way. Maybe I should do like coast, sea, ocean, cliff. Tag 10. Coast, tag 10. Cliff, tree. Hmm. 10 tag. Luggage? Luggage tag? I don't know. 10 tag. Bag. I don't know what this one would be. Coast, sea, ocean, cliff. Because I think they can only be 2 different things. Which means it's probably either coast. So I think coast is one of them. Yeah, coast and coat. And cliff. I feel like cliff is the other one. Or cliff. After this run is over, would you help me with this? I want it to be fast. You could help me with this. What do you? So each of these paintings are similar words, but one is missing a letter. So like there was one with a clock and a tie, so it's time M, right? So for this one, I'm trying to figure out what the difference between these two are. Like what words come to mind when sorry. When you see this one. Don't think about my words. Okay. Yeah, because I was like, I guess like shore is another one. But so I don't know if any of the words that I have line up with what this could be, the 10. Because I could only think, oh, sorry. So I could only think of tag, 10, and dog tag. Okay, well, tag and 10 then. What?
My brain's like, there's nothing.
That's the real, it's a puzzle. It's a puzzle. Obviously, it's gonna be hard.
What's the hard part?
No, I figured it out in the first place. Tag 10. Coast. Toast. Coast and cost? Like A? Hi, Sparky Muffin. I guess. Yeah. Coast and cost. Coast. Cost. A. So this is right here. Yeah, I mean, an A fits there. What? This every room has a letter. And it's random what the rooms can be. So you got to go through each room to find out what this means. So I've been going through it. Yeah. Yeah, I got to go all the way. Now I got to go all the way back, I think. Yeah, because we can't go. Okay. All right, chat, let's go. Wait, where are we going? West Wing. Wait, West Wing. And then aquarium. And then foundation, observatory, drawing room, security. Drawing room, then security. But see how, like, right here? This is stag and stage, and it's E. Yeah. It'll give me a clue for something. Yes. It's a big ol' escape room that's randomized every time you play it. Look. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Let's go this way. Not gonna be many rooms left. Most likely find items laying around your house. I think that's okay. I miss the way you laugh. Me forever, so can call me back and all. We don't want the kitchen. Does any other rooms need keys? I don't think so. So I don't think this would help. Is the library locked? Drafting studio is cool though. I'll do the bunk room. Actually, I guess we could have done the kitchen. Boop, boop, boop. Wait, what? If you have exactly two. Oh, son of a bitch! I didn't read it. Chat, I didn't read it. Ah, that's okay. Let's go back to the library. So we have the lockpick, so maybe it can open it. Where do our entrance hall library? Why didn't we finish going through the library? Oh, because I went this way and I never checked out my books. Are there any books I need to check out? Flight. I don't think so. Sightseer's Guide to Riddington, Swimbird, The Fixed Stars, History of Wardinia. I guess I haven't read this one, so I guess I could do that one. Let's go. Walk-in closet. Let's do the laundry room. I've never opened the laundry room before, so. What does this do? Says I can launder money, but I don't know what this means. Oh, this service will cost 5 and exchange all of your things. Oh shit. Oh, swap costs 5, all of your keys with your thing. So. Let's do this one. Oh wait, it won't work. I mean, they don't have enough money. Wait. Exit. Hold on. Yeah, I don't really need anything. I think that was like it for this one. It's kind of. I just do it for funsies. Boop. Now I have all the gems. Oh! The gamble was lost. I didn't read. Oh man. Now I have nothing. That's okay. I think that was everything I could get out of this run. I mean, there's any secrets up here? Records. Is there something special about you guys? I'm curious. Lost everything. Yeah, it says you would swap your gems for your money, but if you have no gems, you get no money. So, didn't think about that. That's okay. I didn't really need the money anyway. Okie dokie. We will call it a day. And we'll raid out. Is the plan. I appreciate. Look at that. Grand Hotel. We had 37 rooms. We reached rank 9. And we took 103 steps. Fuck yeah, chat. That was fucking cool. 2 new rooms, too. Very cool. Save and quit. Alrighty. Let me just exit out of the game. And then we'll go for the night. And I will go eat some dinner. Go eat some dan. Alright. Let me go back into the hub seat. Good game. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate you hanging out with me. I'm gonna my like songs. Let's get some bumping music going, huh? Alrighty, who's still streaming? It's Howlett. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for hanging out. Howlett is not streaming. Duran is still streaming, but we rated them the other day. Shy is not still streaming. Who is all streaming? Ooh, it's off. Do you guys want... Okay, do you guys want... Vintage... I don't know. We did Vintage Story the other day. It was fun. It was fun. I had lots of fun. Oh, Sino's streaming. We haven't rated Sino in a while. Let's go raid Sino. We haven't raided Sino in a while. Alrighty. I love you guys very, very much. I hope that you guys have a wonderful time watching Monohana Wilds. Thank you for the stream, Smarty Pants. Thank you for hanging out and helping me do the smart things. I love you guys very much. Here is the raid, and here is the raid message. Be good, be great, be goober. Doing this a bit backwards, but I love you guys very much, and thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for all the follows and the raids. I appreciate you guys a lot, and I hope that you guys have a wonderful rest of your day or night, depending on what time it is for you. And I will be back tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow for collab, a little bit of co-working, then collab, and yeah. But I love you guys. You don't have to use the raid message if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did, because then I know where you came from. I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Mwah! Good night!